play these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome everyone to the World Poker Tour final table in beautiful Cyprus. We are just getting underway here. You can see our final table players here. Looks like a pretty even split of stacks, with the big stack having 87 big blinds, a short stack having only 6 big blinds, so we'll be looking for that short stack to bust before the other players decide to be taking too many risks, I would imagine. Players today are going to be playing for 190,000 for first. In beautiful Cyprus. A fairly top-heavy pay structure, which makes it a little more interesting. Gives the chip leader a bit more incentive to go hard, try to get all the chips and lock up that first place prize. I'm your host today, Brian Paris. Tony Dunst will be joining me a little bit later in the stream.
Thank you.
See here the players getting ready to shuffle up and deal as the first hand is coming off the deck now. Elon is going to come in right in for a raise under the gun. Off of a 10.5 million stack. Often at final tables, you'll see a lot of waiting at the beginning, not too much action at first as players wait for the shorter stacks to bust, but so far we're starting off with raise, and then I'm going to go one and go ahead and build. Well, I'm looking relieved that he didn't have to contend with under the gun one there.
Sorry, yes. Fold.
Once over to Fabian, very good player. I played with him in on the EPT a lot. No surprise to see him at this final table.
Fold.
Under us, our short stack in the small blind, he only has about 5 big blinds.
Oh.
Juan is going to take it down uncontested on the first hand. I haven't made it to Cyprus myself yet, but I've heard it's a beautiful spot and a lot of great aggressive poker is being played there. Let's see if this final table lives up to the hype. This is an $1,100 buy-in. They are playing for a $1.35 million prize pool. The winner is going to become a WPT Prime Champion. Second consecutive year at Chamada Prestige in Cyprus. Maybe it's Chamada. The event surpassed last year's entrants by 15%. So it is growing. Poker is growing over there in Cyprus. That's what we like to see. Live poker in general seems to be on the rise lately. A very good trend for the game. The WPT in particular is really expanding. We have almost 1,400 players in this field. Andres in the button here now with Jack 3. That's probably not going to be good enough for him. Although he is the short stack by quite a bit. He's pressured to make a move at some point, but Jack 3 is not going to cut it. Edgar's in the small blind now with Queen Jack offsuit.
Cool.
Come in for a limp. Elon has him covered by quite a bit in the big blind. He has trash, but this might be a hand he wants to raise with. He does indeed put in the raise. You'll often see these raises out of the big blind with some of the very worst hands, like 9-2 offsuit. The reason he's choosing this hand is because he doesn't really mind if he gets limp jammed off of it. The EV of checking is quite low anyway, and even a small raise is going to get it done there. A nice example of applying ICM pressure to final table. Elon from Israel coming in with a little bit over 10 million to start the day. His largest tournament cash to date, it's only 4,000 USD, so it looks like he is going to be besting that by quite a bit here. But he chose a nice hand to raise with in that spot. This spot where you'll be raising with your very best and very worst hands. Elon coming in here in second place, so he's got a nice opportunity to put some pressure on the shorter stacks here. Omar under the gun with fours, we'll let it go. Barris with a nice hand, the ace-king offsuit.
Raise.
He will come in for a raise, no surprise there.
Fold.
Over to Joseph on the hijack, ace-9 suited. This one is playable, although at a final table it is wise to be a bit more cautious with your opening hands. We'll see what he decides to do with this one. Certainly something he could continue with if he wanted to.
Fold.
He does not.
Fold. Fold.
Now the big stacks and the blinds, Elon will make the fold. And Attila in the big blind with 6-3 suited. Not an amazing hand, but probably good enough to see a flop with, especially off the big stack.
Cool.
And we will go to the flop. 6-3 suited, actually not too far behind here with about 40%. Ooh, that is a beautiful flop for Attila. He has bottom pair, a gut shot, and a flush draw. Barris with nothing but ace-king high.
Okay.
He will make the check. These low boards tend to favor the big blind. They're going to have a lot more of these low cards, these low connected cards, whereas the pre-flop raisers are going to have quite a tight range with a lot of high cards in it.
That's 250,000.
See, Attila with almost a lock on this hand is going to go ahead and lead out. Now Barris has to decide whether he wants to let his ace-king go or whether he wants to try and seed the river.
Cool.
He will call. Barris needs an ace or king not of clubs to win this hand.
That's 500,000.
Attila betting a couple of plates there. That's kind of cool if they have those at the final table as well as the chips. You don't see that too often.
Fold.
And Barris will wisely make the fold.
Blind is good, blind is
Tough
good.
spot for Barris there, but he played it well. He got away for not too much. Managed to see the river. And then got out of there.
Yes.
Both players from Turkey there. Attila, this is his first final table ever. He started playing poker to get away from casino roulette. Probably a wise decision.
Should be better.
And it's working out for him because he has made his first final table here, and he is the chip lead. Coming in with over 13 million today, and just added to his stack a little bit on that hand. Maybe in a top tier EPT reg, folds under the gun. Actually, the only player I think I played with Fabian and Omar at this table. I played a lot on the EPT, but I have not played in Cyprus yet, so it's a little bit of a different group of players over there. But you do see some of these EPT guys make it.
Raise 300,000.
I played with Omar on day 3 of the EPT Paris last year, and he's a very aggressive player. We'll see if he wakes up a little later in this final table, and we get to see some of that from him. As Barris comes in with another raise with King-Queen offsuit here. Andres has to make a move soon, but Ace-2 offsuit facing a raise from early position. Going to be tough to do with this one. And we'll see what Omar decides to do in the big blind this hand. Ace-9 offsuit. I imagine he sees a flop.
Cool. Heads up.
That's a great flop for Omar. He's got top pair.
Check. That's 150,000.
Barris is going to come out for a small continuation bet. And I would imagine that Omar is going to raise him here. But it's possible he takes a more cautious route because it is a final table.
Raise 625,000.
And there is the raise. Barris will quickly make the fold, and Omar takes that one out. Omar's got a lot of cashes. This is not his first rodeo. A lot more experience than many of the players at this final table. $3.2 million in earnings for Omar.
Oh.
Plays a lot in Marrakesh.
Oh.
So no surprise to see him here in Cyprus, one of these Mediterranean tournaments.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Andres waiting for a spot to make his move with his 6 big blinds is not going to find it there. Attila with a perfectly playable hand on the button here, Ace-10 offsuit.
Raise 300,000. Raise 1,100,000.
Omar quickly re-raising him. That's the sort of style I saw in Paris. Very fast actions. And they have the same hand here. It's not a hand that can withstand a ton of pressure.
30 minutes, maybe sometimes you're thinking.
No snap, shake. Shake after one. After two, you pass.
5 seconds. Oh.
And Attila will make the fold. Kind of a tough spot for him there. Ace-10, a very good hand on the button, but it's not exactly a spot you want to be playing inflated pots with. And Omar is definitely the type of player who will put you under a lot of pressure.
International. Slowly. My grandmother also
He's a not Turkish player.
I'm not
Has to
Turkish
be
player.
150, sir.
50-50. Yeah. Philip.
Players, I believe, are commenting on the speed of his action there. But that's not a surprise from Omar. That is very much par for the course for him.
Oh.
Omar benefiting from a bit of madman theory there. Not a player you want to clash against at a final table. Wise to hand him the small pots and get out of the way with marginal hands like that.
Fold. 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 Fold.
400.
Raise 400,000.
Omar's going to come in for a raise with ace-9 suited on the button this time. A little bit of a bigger raise, 2.6 big blinds.
Fold.
And that is going to be big enough to take it down. It's going to be exciting to see Omar if he gets shorthanded. The type of pressure he can apply. Be very difficult to deal with. I was on the receiving end of that myself last year in a day 3 of WPT Paris. I got both ends of it. He bluffed me out of a couple pots, and I won some huge pots off him when I had hands. But he is not easy to play against in a high leverage spot like this.
Fold.
Andres with the queen 4 suited. The blinds are about to come around and hit him.
Fold.
Still not going to be good enough. But when he has to post a big blind, it's going to be 40% of his stack. So he is under quite a bit of pressure to do something here.
Fold.
He is hoping to get a hand in the next 2 hands.
Fold. Raise 300,000.
Fabian is going to raise the button with this one. A very weak hand, but he's up against smaller stacks in the blinds. Figures that he can put pressure on them. And it looks like he is correct this time. That's something you'll see a lot at final tables. The ranges can change dramatically depending on who has the bigger stack. In this case, Fabian covering both of those players by a decent margin. And having the button. Those 2 advantages combined are enough to raise even a weak hand like that. Andres is not going to get it here this time. Jack 2 suited. In live poker, there's the extra element of having to post a big blind ante. So he might be thinking about making a move while he still has 5 big blinds. If he folds his hand, he's going to lose a big blind to the ante and another one to the big blind. And the big blind ante does not count as part of his stack, so he's going to take quite a hit this next hand. That said, Jack 2 suited, still a little bit too weak. Fabian on the cutoff with 6s. He knows that Omar is a bit of a loose cannon, but he also has a shorter stack and too many chips to re-raise.
Cool.
He will make the call.
Fold. Fold.
Over to Joseph in the big blind with a perfectly playable hand. And he's facing a little bit larger than a normal raise from Omar here.
Fold.
He's going to pass on it. It's a hand you normally see people call with, but at final tables, it makes more sense to get out of the way. especially when you have a medium stack and are trying to outlast the short stack. Omar flops middle pair with his ace-8. Neither player has a flush draw on this 3-diamond board.
That's 175.
We're acting uncharacteristically slowly there, but he does make the bet. A small continuation bet for 175,000. Fabian will fold.
I love you. Yeah. If you want, you can play. No, no, no.
Okay, guys, I'll make you a thank you.
Sure, don't play when you win the winner for the Showdown.
Take a look at the nice final table setup here and the updated stacks. Andres is still in last place, under an incredible amount of pressure here. Past that, we have a few stacks, 4 stacks in the 20 big blind range. Fabian with 40, and then 3 top stacks, all with quite a bit. Could wind up being an interesting setup here as this final table develops. These players are playing for 190,000 at the end of the trophy today. This beautiful resort in beautiful Cyprus. Now Andres is really hoping to get a hand in the big blind here. If he has to fold this hand, he will be all the way down to 3 big blinds. Elon with King 10 offsuit under the gun 1. A marginal hand, but good enough to play when you're one of the big stacks. He will come in for a raise. Unfortunately for Elon, he is out of position against the other 2 big stacks. Omar folding face up there accidentally. He's not the type of player to normally be folding ace-9, but against an early position raise, that is definitely going to be a fold, even for him. Andres in the big blind with King 8 offsuit. We'll see what he decides to do with this one. If he folds, he'll have 3 big blinds, and he'll have to post the small blind next hand, which will knock him down to about 2.5 big blinds. Putting out his time banks, trying to decide if he wants to make a stand here, or if he wants to see another orbit. Problem for him is, if he does see another orbit, he's so much shorter than everyone else that it's going to be hard for him to outlast anybody unless there's a major confrontation. The other problem for him is that if he does make a stand with his hand, he's actually way behind the King 10 offsuit of Elon. Not an enviable spot for Andres here. He does wisely make the fold. These can be very difficult spots to navigate. Have to constantly balance between trying to wait for the right spot and doing something before your stack dwindles into oblivion. Andres, unfortunately for him, has not really had any opportunities to do much today. Now, even if he doubles after the blinds pass through him, he's only going to be back around where he started the day with. Not many hands for these players as it folds over to the cutoff. And Joseph on the button with an ace-7 offsuit. The best we've seen so far. Anderson, the small blind now, Queen 2 offsuit. Has to decide whether to make his stand on this one. It looks like he is going to do it. And he will actually be ahead against the 10-9 offsuit of Edgar's. Kind of surprised to see the ace-7 not raise the button there. Took me a second to even realize that's what happened. But we have an all-in confrontation. Andres actually in a surprisingly good spot. It's about the best he can hope for. He's actually ahead. And if he doubles here, he'll have 1.1 million, which is slightly more than he started the day with. Decent start for Andres. Not much help for him, but doesn't hurt him either. 2 is slightly beneficial, but he still has to fade a 10 or a 9 to stay alive here. Most of the table is rooting for the 10 or the 9, but Andres hoping he holds here, and he does indeed hold with Queen 2. Throwing up a quick prayer there. And he will double to 1.1 million. Coming into the day very short. It's got to feel good. Kind of surprised to not see ace-7 open the button there. He is on a middling stack, so I understand why he wants to avoid risk, but both of the blinds have less than him. Andres is very happy that he did fold, and he will take it. He doubles back to 1.1 million. Andres has been playing for 15 years from Ukraine. This is his first WPT final table. He does have a 75,000 euro cash though. So if he can finish top 3 in this tournament, he will beat his personal best. Attila under the gun with a pair of 4s. He does have the big stack. So while he is under the gun at a 9-handed table, it's a hand that he could decide to play with. He does make the fold though. Those low pairs are tough to play from early position. Now Fabian with 8s under the gun plus 2. In 4th place. He's got a great table position. He has position on all 3 of the big stacks, which is exactly where you want to be as the 4th place stack. Oh, he's going to run into the queens from Joseph on the cutoff, though. Andres with King Jack suited behind, the best hand he's seen all day, but this time he's facing way too much action in front. Joseph 3-bet to 1 million, which is about a quarter of his stack. Edgar's with 10s in the small blind. This is a tough spot to be in with 10s. He does wisely make the fold, suspecting that Joseph is strong here. Now Fabian with a pocket pair, but he is facing a large 3-bet from a stack that doesn't have much incentive to get out of line. See how he decides to proceed here. Wisely gets out of the way. Joseph's going to take that one down with queens. quite a setup there. Queens against 8s and 10s, but because of the nature of a final table, people wanting to avoid risk and collisions, all easy to take down is the raise and the blinds. Earlier in the tournament, that might have been a very big top for
Say
him.
me one name. Huh?
Omar under the gun with ace-jack offsuit. At this point, I believe he's either second or third in chips. He's going to come in for a raise.
350.
Ooh, Elon in the small blind with aces. And we have a big stack on big stack confrontation here. Omar's got a decent hand, but probably not good enough to put too much in. Elon has the best hand. He makes a small 3-bet. Omar wisely gets away from that one. Got a good feel for when he can apply pressure and when he needs to get out of the way, and that time he needed to get out of the way. Luckily for him, he did so. Ace-jack offsuit is a pretty solid hand, but it's not the type of hand you want to be taking on the other big stack with.
I'm coming. Don't worry, she's Charlie.
Especially when you raise it with a gun against 3-bet out of the small blind.
to it, right?
Very good.
Wait and see. Don't worry about it. I'm here.
We all fun. Let's have fun.
Okay. I'm tired.
Holds over to Joseph this time with Jack-8 offsuit. He's folding Ace-7 on the button. I can't imagine he's raising Jack-8 from here, but he does seem to be thinking about it. Not this time. On the button with a trash hand, and we have a blind versus blind confrontation here from the two big stacks. Attila with a pair of 10s. Quite a nice hand here. We can just make the call. Omar will check back with the 9-4 offsuit, so Attila a massive favorite here before the flop. Content to let Omar try to bluff at it here. Omar did make a pair of 4s, so he has 5 outs.
200.
Get bet and a call. 3 on the turn doesn't change much. Omar happy to try to reach Showdown here. When both players check, Attila is going to win with his pair of tens. Omar's been fairly in line this final table so far. He hasn't really done much too crazy. Other than the speed of that 3-bet with the ace-10 offsuit, nothing too remarkable from him. We may see him get a little bit more aggressive as the table develops more, perhaps in the short-handed portion. These finals tables tend to start out a little bit slow. Nobody wants to take too many risks at first, and then the blinds start going up, a couple of the short stacks start busting, and suddenly fireworks will fly. For the moment, everyone's somewhat handcuffed by waiting for Andres, who still, after doubling, only has 1.1 million. This tournament got a $1.35 million prize pool. Almost 1,400 entries. Second consecutive year here. You can join us at the next WPT event by winning passport dollars on WPT Global. I think I actually have some of those myself I gotta use. It's going to fold over to Elon on the cutoff with Jack-7 suited, a hand that you might raise sometimes, but he is facing the 3 biggest stacks on his left. He does cover Fabian, but he's slightly behind the other 2. Attila with another nice one, ace, king. Omar holding Jack-9 suited out of the small blind. Kind of surprising to see from him, but he is avoiding the other big stacks. And Attila going to take that one down. He's got a nice few hands here. Tens, ace, king. He is chipping up slowly but surely. That's kind of how you want to do it as a big stack. Slow and steady, the best method.
Bulgarian zar satıyor.
Joseph folding the ace-8 there, Andres with the 5-2 offsuit. Elon now on the hijack with queen-10 suited. This one's going to be good enough to come in for a raise. Attila on the cutoff 8-6 suited.
750.
Raised to 750.
Attila's 3-betting. Putting a lot of pressure on here. Big stack on big stack with position. Now Barris with the best hand by far in the big blind, ace-queen offsuit. But he is facing a ton of action in front. He's trying to outlast the short stack still. We'll see if he pulls a trigger here. Easy for us to say that he should because we can see the hands, but from his perspective, he's trying to outlast a couple of their short stacks. He might be up against some big hands here. We know that he is not, but it's hard for him to know that. Attila's been pretty in line so far. This is the first time he's really tried to use his big stack to pressure anybody.
Raise all in.
He does pull the trigger. He is all in with ace-queen offsuit. A good shove. Very situationally aware from him. I expect we'll see the other two players fold.
$2,525,000.
Now, Attila actually does have about the right price to call with this exact hand matchup, but there's no way he can call with this hand. He's taking his time, so it's not too obvious that he was stepping out of line there. Barris takes a nice win there with no showdown, increasing his stack by almost 50%.
I believe him. He will take it there. I believe him. Minimum queen, queen. Minimum queen, queen. Minimum. We will see.
See the WPT Global on the table there. Site I played on a bit. Also have the WPT Gold site coming out in America.
Finish 3-bet like Ilan. Why you 3-bet like you? Why you 3-bet like... Wait. Blah, blah, blah. You see blah, blah. Too much of blah, blah.
You can win passport dollars with WPT Global.
Not you, the 3-bet. Why not 3-bet
Do those
like
myself, I have to
my
use.
Very good hand. I see flop with that.
But you have to think for 15 seconds.
WPT is the aptly named World Poker Tour. Lots of events all over the world. Expanding greatly in Asia and other regions like here. Very nice to see live poker thriving. We're a long way removed from the initial poker boom after the 2003 Moneymaker World Series victory, but the game is still growing. And growing in much more elaborate and sustainable ways now, all around the world.
375. 375.
370.
I did a commentary for one of these in Jeju last year. That looks like a nice destination as well.
How much is the...
You choose the
375.
push.
Lots of opportunities to travel and play the best game ever made. As Omar comes in for a raise on the cutoff here with Queen 10 suited. Looks like that is likely going to do it, as Ozturk cannot defend with that hit. Omar's played this table quite well so far, finding the right spots to apply pressure, the right spots to get out of the way. Anders is feeling good about his 9 big blinds here. Or I guess it's 8 big blinds. Came in very short. He was probably praying for a call a couple of hands ago. In that cold 4-bet pot. Fabian on the cutoff now with 9-10 offsuit, going to come in for a raise. Not the best hand, but he does cover everyone behind him, so you're going to see his range expand a little bit here. Fabian's very aware of how all these dynamics work at final tables. Now, Barris actually has a decent hand to 3-bet him with here, if he wants to do that. But it is a somewhat risky maneuver. He's going to make the call. Oh, Ozturk in the small blind with aces. I would have liked a 3-bet from Barris there. A call, I think, is a little questionable, but it's going to actually work out better for him.
1.3.
As Ozturk is going to re-raise. Now Barris can get out of the way, and I suspect Fabian will quickly get out of the way as well. Nice pickup there for Ozturk, who hasn't really got any hands yet, but he got the best hand right there. Interesting chips here. A lot of varying sizes. Usually the chips are all pretty similar in size, but we have some dramatically varying sizes of chips at this final table. 25s are very small, the 100s are very big, and then they got some plates for the bigger chips. Usually the only difference is color, but this actually makes it easier to tell what the bets are.
Eight behind.
Looks like Omar is going to come in for a raise here with ace-king suited. No surprise there. In August, they're going to be returning to this resort casino for WPT Cyprus. This is the WPT Prime Cyprus, a little smaller buy-in. Returning for the full WPT August 7th to 18th of this year. Anders in the big blind with not much this time, Jack 5 offsuit. Losing about a quarter of his stack this hand between the ante and the big blind. Life is a short stack, something I have plenty of experience with personally. If you play tournaments a lot, you're going to get both ends of the stick. You're going to be the big stack sometimes, you're going to be the short stack sometimes. You have to know how to play both of them. And Omar is going to take that one down. Omar's had a pretty smooth ride here as well, chipping up without much incident.
What is your asking?
Not much for the chip leaders here from the early position. Fabian with King Jack offsuit. And Fabian again has a great spot at the table here. All the big stacks are on his right, so when it folds to him, he is allowed to expand his range a little bit. If he was a couple seats over, he'd be much more handcuffed. We do see him raise here with King Jack offsuit, a totally reasonable hand, not a terrible hand or anything, but if he was out of position against the big stacks, it was a hand that he would have to think twice about entering the pot with. Andres back down to 725,000 in the small blind. Not sure what he's using his time banks here for. Maybe he's trying to make the blinds go up on his button. Not really a hand you can even consider going with here. Perhaps he's a blackjack enthusiast and he likes the cards that add up to 11. But more likely, I think we're about to see a blind increase here. We've been playing this level for about an hour. I would imagine the next blind is going to be 200K big blind. And Andres is going to have to find a hand this orbit, or else the blinds are going to eat him alive when they come back through. Harris folding the ace-8 there. As a medium stack, he can't really be entering pots with hands like that. Joseph on the cutoff, ace-6 offsuit, similar sort of spot. We saw him fold ace-7 on the button earlier. I don't think he's going to play ace-6 on the cutoff here, especially with one of the big blinds in the... one of the big stacks in the big blind, rather. He will make the fold. Now, Andres was really hoping for a hand he could shove the button with, but Jack-3 offsuit is probably not going to cut it. Edgar's in the small blind with not too much more than Andres, only 1.5 million. He's been pretty card dead today. He did pick up that pair of 10s, but he had to get out of the way because Queens was 3-betting in front of him. And Elon with Jacks in the big blind gets a walk. The one time you don't necessarily want to walk at the final table.
Guys, you will have a new blind level, 100.
Usually walks at the final table are very welcome, but when you have Jacks in the big blind, you're hoping for some action. A little more action than that, anyway.
Get back to yours.
Take a step back here. The blinds are indeed going up. See Edgar's and Andres at the bottom with 8 and 4 big blinds respectively, and then we have a few stacks clustered around 20. And the big stacks all have about 60. Attila in the lead, but not by a ton. Elon and Omar are both right behind him. Omar and Fabian are the two most experienced players at this final table. As far as I'm aware, I've played a lot with both of them on the EPT. Both know their way around a tournament. You can see the payouts here. Pretty top-heavy structure. Makes things a little bit more interesting near the end. But right now, it's anyone's game. At least between these 3 big stacks. All very close in chips. Oh, we're making sure it was his turn before folding there.
Blah, 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 blah.
after I win this,
Ouais, ouais,
it will be the most amazing thing.
I will go with you. Okay, we go together to swim.
In the dark or the next morning?
Dark.
In the sea, not in the dark. His ideas are bad.
Folds quickly around to Joseph, who folds ace-10 on the hijack. Actually, it might be a very disciplined fold there. He is facing the big stacks in the blinds and the two shorter stacks behind him. Probably just hoping to get out of the way and allow for some short stack collision there. I didn't really like his ace-7 fold on the button, but I actually do like his ace-10 fold on the hijack quite a bit more. Elon just going to limp out of the small blind here, hoping that Attila raises, so maybe he can re-raise. At 60 big blinds, especially at the final table, it's hard to play too many raises blind versus blind. You do wind up just limping a whole bunch. Unfortunately for Elon, Attila does not take the bait, so they're going to play a small pot here. No help for either player. Elon does have the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs. Attila, though, has a jack of clubs. Might be good enough to call one or perhaps raise the flop. Or he could fold. I could really see him doing any of the three options here. In blind versus blind situations, it's important to find a way to play a lot of these kind of marginal backdoor combos. If you're folding hands like this too much, then you are going to be giving up too quickly. Attila does make the call here. He still has 24% equity even with no pair. 3 on the turn, that's going to help Elon, but he doesn't really know that. Being out of position with nothing but ace high here. He's hoping to reach showdown, but he's not hoping to play too big of a pot. Looks like he's thinking about betting again. I think I like his hand as a check call at this point. Attila does have quite a few. I mean, he has everything because he checked back in the big blind, so he could certainly have a 3. Another small bet from Milan. That's another totally reasonable option. Deny your opponent the free card without inflating the pot too much. And it's going to work for him. Looks relieved to win the pot there, and I would be too, to be honest with you. Even the small pots count quite a bit at these final tables. Flip check, and then min bet call, and then hold on the turn. It's still a 1.3 million pot. They get quite big when you get this deep. It's a lot of starting stacks.
Percent luck. It's interesting. That's why you play this game. Yeah, that's why we keep playing, because you never know.
Yok. 3600 falan.
Holds over to Ozturk here with ace-king. As one of the medium stacks, this is quite a good hand, but it's a spot where he is not really enthused about taking a coin flip. He's obviously going to raise, but it's not as incredible of a spot as it may seem at first glance. He's quite likely to get a defend from Omar here, and then he's going to be up against a wide range, although Elon on the button with ace-3 suited might find a way to continue here. Good call, good 3-bet. Does make the fold. Suspecting that Ozturk is strong. A disciplined fold there. It's a hand you want to 3-bet with sometimes, but you want to make sure that your opponent is actually going to be playing enough hands that they'll fold. And Omar in the big blind, it's just a min-raise for him. He is going to call with this hand, I would imagine. Shuffling some of his plates here to remind his opponent how big of a stack he has. No, he just makes a fold. I Everyone giving Ozturk credit for a big hand there. He did have a big hand, but it was the unpaired variety. So 6-4 would have had enough equity to call, but if Ozturk were to have something like 10s, then 6-4 would be in a lot of trouble. So I can see why Omar made the fold there. He folds over to Elon on the cutoff here with a nice hand, ace-10 suited. Attila this time not going to 3-bet the king-10 offsuit. Had enough of the 3-betting after trying it with the 6-8 suited and getting shoved on. Omar 3-betting out of the small blind. This is the first time we've seen him get out of line here. Leaning back with the sunglasses. Omar's a bit of a character. He's fun to play with as long as he's not putting you under pressure. And Elon is way ahead here, but not the easiest hand to want to put a bunch of money in with against the other big stack, especially someone like Omar who's going to be blasting post-flop. Elon will make the fold.
No, I want to show the
You will see in the camera. The live stream. Oh, minimum quiz! Thank you, Omar. No, it was 1 ace, right? You show 1 ace. Not 2 aces. Is 10 off again? Huh? Is 10 off again? Only 1 ace, yeah? Let's punish them. If they want to steal my blinds, punish them. If they want to steal my blinds, punish them.
I don't like, yeah, my friend, I don't like somebody steal.
Omar, the first time he's really stepped out of line, the ace-10 3-bet was pretty standard, I think. Maybe a little bit aggressive on big stack, but nothing too out of line. Ace-2 offsuit, a little bit more out of line, but you're going to see a lot of those light 3-bets with these ace blockers at final tables. A lot of the 3-betting range is going to revolve around high card blockers because so many of the hands are just going to be resolved pre-flop. Nobody wants to take too many risks, so if you have an ace or a king in your hand, it's almost always a good spot to at least consider getting out of line a bit. And Andres now with a pair of 5s, I don't think he's going to be able to pass on this one. He only has 3.5 big blinds. He doesn't have much hope of outlasting anyone. If he folds, I expect we'll see him go all in with this one. King Queen suited folding behind. Luckily for Andres, that was one of the other short stacks. You see Andres not quite going all in here. He's making it 625,000. The reason he does that is because if multiple stacks behind him go all in against each other, he might be able to find a fold and try to make the pay jump. An unlikely scenario, but it's one that you want to leave yourself a little bit of room just in case. It's functionally all in. Attila folding the cutoff with a pretty good hand, a7 suited, worried about the big stacks behind him. And this might actually go through. It looks like it's going to.
They let you leave, they don't fight. Lila, Omar, cheap. Go leave.
9-3. 9-3. What I recommend. Off. 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 I hope you stay. Sometimes I need it.
You need him to stay.
I need it.
I'll stay for him. No coaching.
A huge pickup for Andres there. Increases his stack by almost double without a showdown. That is a beautiful spot to be in as a short stack. He's got to be feeling good about that one. Although he's still in a lot of trouble. He's got to post a blind soon, which is going to knock him back to where he was. Edgar's with a pair of queens under the gun +2. He has about 8 big blinds, 7.5. I expect we'll see him go all in with this one, or maybe he'll do what Andres just did and just put in a big raise, and yeah, we see that. He raises to 1.3 million. We're seeing this a lot now. Just good practice. If you do this online, you have to worry about disconnecting and timing out your last 200K, but live, you have no such concerns. There is no downside.
1,300,000.
Showdown. Iceman. I can call you Iceman, no problem.
And he's going to take that one down. So both short stacks taking down a huge pot there for them. And for the big stacks, winning the blinds is no big deal. But when you're the short stack, it is a massive increase. So we're going to see both short stacks stay alive a little bit longer. Andres under the gun now with Queen Jack offsuit. He has 6 big blinds, and it's got to be tempting to take this one. Queen Jack, not a great hand, but the blinds are going to come through him next hand and chop his stack by quite a bit. A little bit different from online. Online, you're posting the ante every hand, so it sort of evens out, but in live poker, you post the big blind ante. So it is a large swing, your stack under the gun versus the big blind, especially when you have 6 big blinds. He's only going to have 5 big blinds effective next hand. He does pass on this one, though. I'm not actually sure what the right answer is there. Lucky for him he did, because Omar picks up a pair of queens. Queen Jack would have been in very bad shape here. It's about as bad as you can get. Having unpaired offsuit cards versus a pocket pair of your high card is pretty much the worst spot you can be in and hold him. Pre-flop. And it looks like Omar's going to take this one down without much consequence.
Choice, France, choice. The queen.
Queen.
Good call.
What should he?
I'm the best.
What you wait? You want to go in? Finally don't go.
Because you need a beautiful.
Water comme ça for wake up.
Green,
I want to swim. Good job.
You would 45, alright?
Edgar's under the gun with a pair of twos. He's got 10 big blinds. He's going to pass on that one. I think if he had 6 big blinds, he might have gone with it, like Andres did last hand. But 10 is too much, and we're going to see Attila with a pair of 9s comes in for a raise. Ooh, Ozturk with kings on the button. And this might be a tough spot for Attila. Ozturk has about 20 big blinds. Attila should be raising quite a few hands here, so it might be tempting to call off with 9s. Let's see if Ozturk is just going to go all in for 20 big blinds. Could also choose some smaller sizings here. But 20 big blinds is not too much to shove. It's a reasonable amount to shove. And back to Attila with a pair of 9s. From his perspective, his range should be perceived as quite weak. But Ozturk has been very in line so far.
$4 million and 50.
4 million?
4 million.
Very tough spot for Attila here. This is the exact hand I think that's difficult to make the decision with. I guess 10s is similar with jacks. He would certainly be calling. If he calls and loses here, he's going to be back towards the middle of the pack. He'll still be in third, but he's going to have a significant disadvantage against the other 2 big stacks. If he calls and wins, he will be the big stack. So a pivotal spot for him here. He does wisely get out of the way. A good hold there by Attila with 9s. Goes to show you just how much risk aversion there is at these final tables.
Pues 400,000.
Now Omar is going to come in for a raise with King Jack offsuit. Omar's got actually a great position at this table too. He's got position on the other 2 big stacks. Fabian with a good hand, but a tough one to navigate from these positions will make the fold. He's got about 25 big blinds. He could 3-bet not all in, but it's very risky for him. And there's a lot of really short stacks he wants to try to outlast, so I can certainly see why he folded there. Omar taking it down. Omar's had a nice smooth ride here so far. He's got a lot of cashes, over 3 million cashes. Adding to his lifetime total here, I believe he's the #1 in cashes from Algeria, his home country. Attila hoping that his King 4 transmogrifies into Ace King suited here. But it's probably not going to happen for him.
I did.
Maybe unsure of where the action was.
Bir çay da ben alabilir miyim?
Andres picks up a nice one on the button, a pair of 7s. Very happy to go all in with that hand. Elon making sure of the exact count. Elon's got a pretty garbage hand here, but he is getting over 2-1. Trying to figure out if he has to call with this. He does make the call. He's going to be way behind with 8-5 offsuit. Figured he had to call. I mean, he has about the right price, actually. It's not too far off. He was getting a little bit over 2-1, and he has 30%. 29%. Andres is going to be at risk. Got 8 players at the table rooting for an 8 here. Andres is hoping to hold with his 7s. Whenever you're the short stack at the final table, you have to deal with the fact that the entire table is anti-sweating you every time you're all in. Except maybe the big stacks. I guess the big stacks don't mind him staying alive, so they can put more pressure on the medium stacks. A 9 on the turn, so Elon is going to need an 8 or a 9 here to win this hand. 9 would be a very frustrating way for Andres to go out. And as a king, Andres is going to double again. Staying alive. Andres playing his short stack nicely here, being very patient, getting rewarded for it. Let's see, updated chip count here. Edgar's and Andres are about even at the bottom now. There's a lot of stacks in the 15 to 25 range, and the 3 big stacks remain in the lead. Milan takes a small hit there, but he is not too far behind the other big stacks. So again, his position is quite tough. He's got both of them on his immediate left. Milan has already locked up his biggest career cash. It's 4,000 USD coming into this tournament. He's already locked up about triple that.
You have the soft stack now, huh? You have to move. No, my friend.
You remain full-handed here. Fabian with a pair of queens under the gun +1. That's the 4th place player. He's got a lot to lose here, but queens is a very good hand, so he's going to come in for a raise. Despite having queens, I suspect Fabian would be fine with just winning a small pot here or a medium pot. Edgar's wisely getting out of the way with 6s on the button. Doesn't have much fold equity if you were to jam, and he should be aware that Fabian has quite a strong range to enter the pot here, given the stack distribution. Attila in the big blind with not much, 9-5 offsuit. Going to be hard to do much with that hand. As I was saying before, if you have an ace or a king in your hand, you can generally try to get out of line with those sorts of hands, like we saw Omar 3-bet with the ace-2 offsuit earlier. But the low cards, you can't do much with those. Fabian will take it down uncontested. In the mid stages, that's disappointing when you have queens, but at the final table, that's actually not too bad of an outcome for him. He would much rather take it down uncontested than get it in against something like ace-king. Fabian might have the most to lose here, stack-wise. He's, I think he's 4th or 5th, but he's got a big lead on some of the shorter stacks. Very much a spot where he hopes to accumulate small pots until some of the short stacks go out, and then he can start taking a few more risks.
It's all about timing, right?
Fabian's a very experienced WPT Rex, and he knows his way around these final table spots, ICM implications and everything. ICM is a very important concept to understand at these final tables, the independent chip model. It's one way of determining what your stack is worth in dollars. Because at final tables, the chips are not worth 1-to-1. Elon frustrated at having such a bad hand on the button. But honestly, with Omar in the big blind, it's not a spot where you want to be too loose anyway. Omar showed quite a willingness to put pressure on the other big stacks.
The button, no?
I still sleep.
You sleep? No, not you, not you, not you.
He gets a walk there with 8s. Again, not such a bad outcome at a final table. 8s is a good hand, but it's not something you want to be putting in a whole bunch of money in against the other big stacks with.
No, I was like doing, I thought it's 200. So it is? Yeah, I thought I put 200 in. It's like I counted wrong.
Joseph with ace-8 of clubs, normally a pretty good hand, but with his stack being in the position it is, it's going to be difficult to navigate this one. He will make the fold. So far, we've mostly seen very good and correct play from everybody at this final table. Attila on the button with queen-jack suited. definitely good enough to play.
Family?
Checking the stacks before he enters the pot.
Me? Me? Why me? Because I afraid you. I cover you.
Take the glasses off, they can't see you.
Only
Raise
yeah,
400,000.
Thank you.
my ego, I don't like that.
I'm 5.
Normally, you see the big man. Oh, no.
Omar's thinking about it here,
Oh.
but does pass. And Fabian with a suited hand in the big blind.
Oh.
Doesn't really want to fight the big stack from out of position. He makes the fold.
Oops, sorry.
It's a spot you would see a call with in most stages of the tournament, with any suited hand out of the big blind, but at a final table, you have to be a lot more selective.
Only like that. Only. Cheap lead. And you? What?
Another concept we see employed at final table is called a risk premium. It's the extra amount of equity you need to justify taking a risk. And that's going to be the highest on Fabian when he's up against one of the big stacks like this. As the 4th or 5th place stack, he has a lot to lose.
12. Only 12.
So he has to be very cautious about which hands he puts money in with.
Liar.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Elon folding ace-2 suited on the hijack. Another hand we'd usually see people play in these spots, but he is out of position against the other 2 big stacks.
Raise 450,000.
And Omar raising a very weak hand here into the 2 short stacks. Well, the medium stack and the short stack. Barris in the big blind with a playable hand, but he has to contend with the shorter stacks at the table. Might not be one he wants to take a risk with. Especially against someone like Omar, who's going to be blasting a lot post-flop. This hand does flop pretty well, though, so we'll see if he decides to take a flop with it. Looks like he is going to. We are going to go to the flop. Barris way in the lead with Jack-10 offsuit.
Heads up.
But he is in a better chip position than a couple of the stacks. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Barris has top pair, but Omar has flopped an open-ended straight draw.
That's
Omar's going to come for a small bet. And we'll see if Barris decides to put in a raise here.
Oh.
He only calls. Four on the turn, that's going to help Omar. You might see him check now. If he bets, it's going to be... Oh, he puts Barris all in. So Omar has a combo draw of sorts here. He's got 30% if Barris calls.
3 million.
Perhaps assuming that Barris would have check raised most of his 10s on the flop and now has to fold on the turn too much. Barris is well in the lead here, but he is facing it all in. And the prospect of going out in ninth if he makes a call.
Good news.
This is why you generally want to check raise the flop here with your top pairs, especially against someone really aggressive like Omar. The board's only going to get worse for you for the most part. And Omar is willing to put a lot of pressure on. Barris does make the call. He will be about a 2-to-1 favorite going into the river.
No bluff.
Barris had gone all in on the flop. I think Omar might have had to fold despite having such a good draw.
Oh.
He does make... Oh, he makes a fold. Omar getting away with one there.
Good for the game.
Nice play by Omar, showing off some of that aggression on the turn. And I think Barris missed a check raise on the flop. Omar's range figures to be very wide coming on the button. Hard to flop much better than that. If you're going to play the hand at all, I think you have to check raise the flop there with Jack 10, and that is why, even when you're still ahead going into the turn, it's not easy to call off your chips. It's a lot easier to put in the all-in yourself than it is to call all-in as a short stack. Omar maybe has no idea how good of a hand he just got to fold. It was a small bet on the flop, so Barris is going to be calling with some hands like King Queen and Ace Highs and things like this. I suspect Omar was trying to win the pot against more of those hands, but he wound up winning against top pair. Joseph now picking up aces under the gun. And Elon is going to be in trouble here, I suspect. Joseph figures to have quite a tight range, but Ace-King is still good enough even against a tight range most of the time. But not this time.
Cool.
Elon is just going to call. Interesting. That may enable him to get away from the hand later. Tilla's going to overcall with a pair of fours. It's pretty reasonable. Figures to be able to see a flop. And even if he's up against strong hands, he can try to make his set. Now Ozturk in the big blind with 10-8 suited. We'll see if he comes along. It's an open question. 10-8 suited obviously is normally going to be a call out of the big blind, but when you're at the final table with one of these medium stacks, especially with two big stacks in the pot, the upside is a little bit more limited. He does make the call though. We go four ways to the flop, not something you see very often at final table.
That's it.
4 players.
Interesting flop. Ozturk with an open-ended. Elon with a gut shot. Joseph with a pair of aces, but this is not the flop you want to see with aces.
Check. Check.
Joseph starting with the check, trying to see how the landscape looks before he decides whether to commit the rest. And I can't imagine Attila is going to do much with fours here in a four-way pot.
Okay.
We go to the turn. Turn is a deuce, doesn't change anything. There's 2.1 million in the middle. Joseph has 3.3.
Check.
Still with the best hand, but a very awkward hand. Looks like he is going to bet this time.
Bet 500,000.
That's about a quarter of the pot. Elon still has a gut shot.
Cool.
He thinks might be live overcards.
Cool.
And Ozturk still has an open-ended straight draw, although only the 7 will be good for him. The queen is no good in this case. Ozturk trying to decide whether it's worth seeing the river with this hand. Pretty good hand in some scenarios, but having the bottom end of the open-ended like this can be tough in a multi-way pot.
Cool.
He is going to see the river. Not going to cost him too much, and he still has 21%, so that turns out to be the right decision. There's a deuce. Joseph is still going to have the winner here. He also has the ace of hearts in his hand, which doesn't actually help him, but it does make it less likely his opponents have a flush. Joseph happy to try to show this one down. Now Elon may be thinking about bluffing here.
Showdown, please.
He does not. Joseph's going to win, and Elon actually got away cheap on that one. If he had 3-bet pre-flop,
Aces.
he would have doubled Joseph up there.
Never easy. Never easy.
Never easy, it's true.
Where is the queen?
He does win the pot, and he wins
Yes, I
quite a
know
nice
you need something.
increase
with
the
this
stack by
flop.
not quite double.
9,
Close to
Jack,
it.
10.
She got a pitch per partita. What's meaning?
Joseph relieved to win the pot with aces there. And it goes 4 ways, and the flop is Jack 10-9. It's never easy with aces.
Something, the queen or the king.
If I bet the river, if I bet the river,
I will call.
Yeah, if
Snap. Yes, because if you have 2 pairs.
no, 2 hearts, the river is hard.
Yeah. If you have 2 hearts, you check on the turn. Yes, I know.
I bet the turn, no?
Yeah. You call only.
Why,
With this pot,
Anders
yes,
under the
you
gun
call
with an ace.
only on the
Very
turn
bad
with 2
ace.
hearts. Thank you, my friend.
Joseph, play good. Nice hand.
Edgar's now the short stack,
You see my hand?
slightly. But both players are about to hit the blinds.
queens, aces.
I lost the minimum. Omar would lose everything with my hand.
Me? Who? Me?
Omar with a nice hand on the hijack here. Ace queen suited.
raise 500,000.
You go in, Omar.
I have to play tie too.
Not queens. Pocket 8s?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, merci. No callers? Who's calling?
Looks like Omar's going to take this one down.
Raise 500.
Five?
Another easy pickup for Omar here. Cruising so far.
But the other blocks is very good. Sometimes so 50, or 30, 70. I drive. Haydi.
Small blind piece.
Yep.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
We remain 9-handed here at the WPT Prime Cyprus final table.
Aces with 4 corners.
Players are playing for almost 200,000 for first. Big field here. We got almost 1,400 players. Growing from last year. Good trend.
Aces under the gun with 4 callers. Wow.
Fabian on the hijack with ace-8 offsuit. He is going to come in for a raise here. Mostly short stacks behind, and mostly players who have been fairly tight and in line. Slightly larger raise. Wants to make it a little tougher for the short stacks to defend out of the big blind. And Anderson the big blind with 4 high. That is not going to cut it for him. He still has about double what he started the day with, but that's only 7 big blinds at this point.
Better than without it.
Fabian taking it down. Fabian's done a nice job so far of identifying the spots that he can raise a little bit lighter while staying quite tight against the bigger stacks.
One behind.
You know, Fabian's done a lot of studying of these sorts of spots, so I expect him to be very aware of the stack dynamics. Hands like ace-8 offsuit do actually go up in value at final tables. Having the ace blocker in your hand is more relevant. You expect to take it down pre-flop more often. Ace-8 offsuit is not nearly as good in the mid-stages of the tournament. More incentivized to play post-flop against you.
Wow. 2 hearts.
Amazing.
Out on the river. Nobody has a flush.
But I let you win, you know? He let you win.
Ah.
Barris on the hijack now with ace-9 suited.
He let me win. He didn't bet.
This is probably going to be good enough. He only has about 10 big blinds.
Because he didn't bet, I was calling. If 1 million, I was calling.
All of it.
All of it? He can do it? No way.
will see.
No, yes, I'm waiting for it.
Yes, like you did for the French guy. They too.
Trying to decide whether it's worth taking the risk with the other two short stacks.
Keep him there. And you call him to fair.
Yes.
He was bluffing you.
We have to take it easy.
Yeah, you was your boss.
Yeah, what's your
Raise
voice?
players all in.
Can I buy half of your black?
He does go all in.
Okay. Half of it. Yeah, 2,000 euros.
Fold.
Nobody
Ace
gives
9
you
suited is quite a good hand for 10 big blinds.
When I need you, nobody gives you. Now you are.
Me. I just hear me.
Bear so far has made that very good 4-bet jam with ace queen, but then he had the jack 10 hand where he wound up folding against Omar. But he'll take it down here, cementing his position as either 6th or 7th place in
I
chips.
didn't see your hand. What was your hand?
Gives another orbit or two to try to outlast the short stacks
Tell
here.
me. Come on. I will see it on TV.
We've got a break coming up in about 10 minutes, and then after that, the blinds will be
King
increasing to
queen,
250,000.
Ace king.
I expect we might see our first elimination in the next orbit, or not the next orbit, the next blind level.
No, you don't have ace king. You have ace king?
Okay, mystery PLO. Yes.
Wow.
Sometimes I go with the shove.
Elon telling the table that he had ace king on that other hand.
You
It's
are
aces now.
intelligent because I make the raise you call.
He did manage to get off very cheap on that hand.
You are smart.
Fabian now with a nice one, ace 10 suited. A top tier hand in no limit hold'em.
Raise 400,000.
He will come in for a raise.
Fold.
A little smaller this time. Raising into some different stacks, raising from a bit earlier position. Joseph on the cutoff has 4s. That is the best hand slightly, but not the easiest one to continue with.
Second. Fold.
And he will make the fold. The low pairs are going to go down in value at final tables as well. Again, having high card blockers becomes a little more relevant when you have a low pair, you have no high card blockers. Over to Elon in the big blind. We'll see his hand in a second here. He has 8-6 offsuit. He's hitting 4.5 to 1 if he wants to see a flop. And he does have 34%, but if Fabian has a high pair, he would not have 30%. We'll see the flop. We'll see what happens. Flop comes Queen 10-6. Both players make a pair, but Fabian in the lead with the middle pair. Also has a backdoor flush draw. Elon has a backdoor straight draw. Fabian can either decide to check or bet here. If you bet and get check raised, it becomes a little bit ugly. So he does make the check. Turn is a 5, doesn't change anything.
That's 400,000.
Long goes for a small lead on the turn. Fabian will make the call. I feel fairly confident in predicting some of Fabian's actions here.
Cool.
Rest of the table, not so much. We go to the river. River's a queen. That's a good card for Fabian. Makes it a lot less likely that Elon has a queen. I think Elon might go for another small lead, thinking about it. And I would imagine Fabian will be calling this.
Cool. Showdown, please.
6.
Quick call. And Fabian's going to win with a 10.
8. 10.
Elon value betting himself. Big pickup for Fabian. He's up to 7.5 million now. That puts him more in contention for third and fourth place.
What is your hand? What is your hand? What is Ace-10?
Milan takes a hit there, overplaying his bottom pair a little bit. The hand you want to try to reach showdown with, but it's not really a hand you want to be putting in more money if you avoid it. Maybe he had a very easy couple of calls there on the turn river with his ace-10. Milan now, his table position gets a little worse as Fabian covers him too. He's still in either fourth or fifth, but he has to contend with all of the big stacks on his left. Not an enviable spot. Fabian with a nice check on the flop there. It's kind of the perfect hand to check. At a final table anyway. If you get check raised on the flop, it becomes very difficult. You have a backdoor flush draw, you have an overcard. You can't really fold to a check raise, but you certainly don't want to be playing a check raised pot there. Edgar's on the button with Jack-10 offsuit. He has a short stack and he has about 5 big blinds. Not sure he's going to be able to do much better than this. But it's not an amazing hand or anything. He does go all in or makes it 900,000. Oh, he's going to run into ace-jack suited from Milan in the small blind though. We may see our first elimination this hand. Edgar's is going to be about 28% to win. Well, I'm deciding whether to call or re-raise. He makes the call. They're not quite all in yet. There's still 100,000 left behind, but 27% owns off. I think I would know these things by now. Does not help Edgar's. It looks good for him top pair, but unfortunately for him, he is way behind against ace-jack. He does not have a spade. He needs a 10 to stay alive here, or else he'll be down to 8 players. Andres is sitting there, praying for no 10. Well, Edgar's did what he could at this final table. I don't think he really could have done anything different. Oh, there's the 10.
Ace.
Andres is not happy about that. So it looked like he was about to ladder, but unfortunately for him, he's back in last, and Edgar just doubles up to 12 big blinds now.
Only me, Mati, your stage. Only me. Only me. Là, your friend, le tapis, normal.
Andres might have been rooting for that even harder than Milan was.
He's talking. He's doing the blah.
Milan is back down to the middle of the pack now and has all the big stacks on his left in a very tough spot at this final table.
Very happy about that 10, right?
Edgar's moves up to 7th place with that double. Maybe an ace-jack under the gun. A pretty strong hand, but if he does raise, he'll be playing against all the big stacks in the blinds. He's going to come in for a raise anyway, I suspect, but it's not amazing for him or anything.
Don't touch my BB.
He might actually fold. He does make the fold. I guess actually a pretty reasonable and disciplined fold by Fabian there, especially with Omar in the big blind, the player at the table who's going to put the most pressure on you, both pre-flop and post-flop. Ace-jack offsuit is obviously quite a good hand, but given the incentives of a final table, it's not amazing there for him. Milan on the button now with 10-9 offsuit. A hand you'd normally want to play from the button, but not into these two big stacks. And Attila with 5-4 offsuit in the small blind. He's hitting 5-1 on a limp. Omar suggestively putting out the raising.
Cool.
Till's going to try to limp. Omar's going to quickly raise. 10-9 suited.
950,000.
I said 8. I said 8.
Didn't hear you. I thought you heard zero. 800.
And that will do it. Omar finding the right spots to apply pressure again, although that's a pretty playable and good hand.
Thank you.
See the updated chip stacks here. Andres and last again with 6 big blinds. Edgars and Barris are pretty competitive just behind him. Joseph has chipped up pretty nicely. Delon has chipped down a little bit, and Fabian is actually sitting in third slightly now. Omar's pulling away some. Once he gets a little more of a cemented chip lead, we may see him open up his ranges. We've already seen him make some nicely placed 3 bets that went through. I expect we'll see more of that as he continues to cement his lead here, especially with position on most of the other big stacks, although he does have Fabian on his immediate left, and Fabian is very aware. $190,000 for first. Very nice prize pool here for the 1K in Cyprus. Almost 1,400 entries. Bigger than last year, trending in the right direction. Very good to see. The WPT has been thriving lately. Adding spots all over the world. Making multiple online sites. At WPT Global for most of the world, and then the new WPT Gold site in the US. Nice to see poker growing.
Last hand before break, everyone's happy. Go eat something.
I think this is going to be the last hand before the break, as we see the players walk away from the table. Not sure what Joseph is thinking about here, unless he thought his 4 was an ace. Andres still lamenting the 3-outer there from the player on his left. But he's got to be happy to be alive. He does have about double what he started the day with. But he's going to be in early position with a blind increase when he gets back, so he's going to need a hand fast. Elon on the cutoff with what would normally be a playable hand, but again, he's raising to a murderer's row of big stacks behind him, and now we have Omar against Fabian, blind versus blind. Omar with about twice as many chips. He is out of position. He has a decent hand. He can either raise or limp here. It looks like he's going to raise. Putting pressure. Generally good practice at a final table. Fabian will fold 9-8 offsuit. Another hand you would normally see him call with, but final table dynamics. All right, folks, so we have I think a 15-minute break here. And the blinds will be going up to 250,000. Thank you for joining us today. I'm your host, Brian Paris. I think Tony Dunst will be joining me in about half an hour here, so we'll have 2 commentators for the rest of the final table.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida. The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there.
Attila in the big blind with 6-3 suited. Not an amazing hand, but probably good enough to see a flop with, especially off the big stack.
Cool.
And we will go to the flop. 6-3 suited, actually not too far behind here with about 40%. Ooh, that is a beautiful flop for Attila. He has bottom pair, a gut shot, and a flush draw. Barris with nothing but ace-king high.
Okay.
He will make the check. These low boards tend to favor the big blind. They're going to have a lot more of these low cards, these low connected cards, whereas the pre-flop raisers are going to have quite a tight range with a lot of high cards in it.
That's 250,000.
See, Attila with almost a lock on this hand is going to go ahead and lead out. Now Barris has to decide whether he wants to let his ace-king go or whether he wants to try and see the river.
Cool.
He will call. Barris needs an ace or king not of clubs to win this hand.
That's 500,000.
Attila betting a couple of plates there. That's kind of cool if they have those at the final table as well as the chips. You don't see that too often.
Oh.
And Barris will wisely make the fold.
Blind is good, blind is
Tough
good.
spot for Barris there, but he played it well. He got away for not too much. Managed to see the river. And then got out of there.
Yes.
Not many hands for these players as it folds over to the cutoff. And Joseph on the button with an ace-7 offsuit. The best we've seen so far. Anderson the small blind now, queen-2 offsuit. Has to decide whether to make a stand on this one. It looks like he is going to do it. And he will actually be ahead against the 10-9 offsuit of Edgar's. Kind of surprised to see the ace-7 not raise the button there. Took me a second to even realize that's what happened. But we have an all-in confrontation. And Andres actually in a surprisingly good spot. It's about the best he can hope for. He's actually ahead. And if he doubles here, he'll have 1.1 million, which is slightly more than he started the day with. Decent start for Andres. Not much help for him, but doesn't hurt him either. 2 is slightly beneficial, but he still has to fade a 10 or a 9 to stay alive here. Most of the table is rooting for the 10 or the 9, but Andres hoping he holds here, and he does indeed hold with Queen 2. Throwing up a quick prayer there. And he will double to 1.1 million. Coming into the day very short. It's got to feel good. Kind of surprised to not see ace-7 open the button there. He is on a middling stack, so I understand why he wants to avoid risk, but both of the blinds had less than him. Joseph folding the ace-8 there, Andres with the 5-2 offsuit. Milan now on the hijack with Queen 10 suited. This one's going to be good enough to come in for a raise. Attila on the cutoff 8-6 suited.
750.
Raised to 750.
Attila's 3-betting. Putting a lot of pressure on here. Big stack on big stack with position. Now Barris with the best hand by far in the big blind, ace-queen offsuit. But he is facing a ton of action in front. He's trying to outlast the short stack still. We'll see if he pulls the trigger here. Easy for us to say that he should because we can see the hands, but from his perspective, he's trying to outlast a couple of their short stacks. He might be up against some big hands here. We know that he is not, but it's hard for him to know that. Attila's been pretty in line so far. This is the first time he's really tried to use his big stack to pressure anybody. He does pull the trigger. He is all in with ace-queen offsuit. A good shove. Very situationally aware from him. I expect we'll see the other two players fold.
$2,525,000.
Now, Attila actually does have about the right price to call with this exact hand matchup, but there's no way he can call with this hand. He's taking his time, so it's not too obvious that he was stepping out of line there. Barris takes a nice win there with no showdown, increasing his stack by almost 50%.
I believe him. You will take it there. I believe him. Minimum queen. Minimum. We will see.
See the WPT Global.
I will go with you. Okay, we go together to swim.
In the dark or the next morning?
In the sea, not in the dark. His ideas of
Folds quickly around to Joseph, who folds ace-10 on the hijack. Actually, it might be a very disciplined fold there. He is facing the big stacks in the blinds and the two shortest stacks behind him. Probably just hoping to get out of the way and allow for some short stack collision there. I didn't really like his ace-7 fold on the button, but I actually do like his ace-10 fold on the hijack quite a bit more. Elon just going to limp out of the small blind here, hoping that Attila raises, so maybe he can re-raise. At 60 big blinds, especially at the final table, it's hard to play too many raises blind versus blind. You do wind up just limping a whole bunch. Unfortunately for Elon, Attila does not take the bait, so they're going to play a small pot here. No help for either player. Elon does have the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs. Attila, though, has the jack of clubs. Might be good enough to call one or perhaps raise the flop. Or he could fold. I could really see him doing any of the three options here. In blind versus blind situations, it's important to find a way to play a lot of these kind of marginal backdoor combos. If you're folding hands like this too much, then you are going to be giving up too quickly. Attila does make the call here. He still has 24% equity even with no pair. 3 on the turn, that's going to help Elon, but he doesn't really know that. Being out of position with nothing but ace high here. He's hoping to reach showdown, but he's not hoping to play too big of a pot. Looks like he's thinking about betting again. I think I like his hand as a check call at this point. Attila does have quite a few. I mean, he has everything because he checked back in the big ones. He could certainly have a 3. Another small bet from Milan. That's another totally reasonable option. Deny your opponent the free card without inflating the pot too much. And it's going to work for him. Looks relieved to win the pot there, and I would be too, to be honest with you. Even the small pots count quite a bit at these final tables. Flip check and then min bet call and then hold on the turn. It's still a 1.3 million pot. They get quite big when you get this deep. It's a lot of starting stacks.
How much percent luck? How much
For him.
I did.
Maybe unsure of where the action was.
Bir çay da ben alabilir miyim?
Andres picks up a nice one on the button, a pair of 7s. Very happy to go all in with that hand. Elon making sure of the exact count. Elon's got a pretty garbage hand here, but he is getting over 2-1. Trying to figure out if he has to call with this.
Before the break, I count 7.7.
Now?
I go for break. Now I have 7.2.
WPT Prime Cyprus Championship. Live from the Chamada Prestige Hotel and Spa. Sorry, my pronunciations are off. I'm getting my best guess on a lot of these, but here's our chip counts. Omar is continuing to cement his chip lead. We had 3 players very even at the top for a while there, but Omar is pulling away a little bit. Juan and Fabian roughly tied for 4th. Joseph is actually not too far behind at 5th. Got a few short stacks at the bottom. And Andres continues to be the shortest. He's going to be in early position here, so he's going to be under quite a bit of pressure the first couple of hands as we get back. See the payouts. All of our players have locked up at least $18,800. First place is nearly 10x that. Actually, more than 10x that. 190,000. Very nice turnout here, bigger than last year. Trending in the right direction, as we like to see. WPT continues to grow. And poker in Cyprus also continues to grow. All these players contending for a nice payday, and for some of them, they've already walked up their biggest payday.
I just prefer to wait, make sure.
Hadi
I
good
do
luck.
everything I can. So we're
Haydi.
good.
Haydi.
Thank you.
Hareket lazım.
Welcome back to break.
Action.
Now when I'm starting.
125, 250, 250. Kaç para abi?
Kaç para? 10
Good
million.
luck, gentlemen.
Ready? The last time you
We'll be shuffling up and dealing here.
10 million. Ready?
Okay, so blinds are 125 and 250.
With this blind increase, there's going to be a lot more pressure on a few of the short stacks. We have yet to see our first elimination. We almost had one. But Edgar's hit his 3-outer with Jack 10 to defeat the Ace-Jack suited of Elon to stay alive. Get the cards back for you in a second here. Until our second stack on the cutoff, he is directly out of position against the big stack Omar. A tough seat to play. Omar has $3.5 million in cashes. He's a very aggressive player, willing to put a lot of pressure on people, especially at these final table spots. I played with him myself last year in EPT Paris and got to experience it firsthand. It was only on day 3, so it wasn't a final table, but he was still putting on quite a bit of pressure.
There's the 600.
See Attila come in for a raise on the cutoff, a slightly bigger sizing. Trying to deny the short stack and the big blind the odds to see too many flops. We should have the cards back for you in a minute or two here. For now, Attila has won with a mystery hand on the cutoff.
Everybody put their phone back down in the box. Just want to make sure. That's my normal first question.
Started with 9 players. We remain with 9 players for now. Out of 177 who made the money, his tournament got almost 1,400 entries. World Poker Tour is growing nicely lately. We even have a couple of new online sites for you guys. The WPT Global site for most of the world, and then the WPT Gold site for the US, which just came out a month or two ago. Doug Polk is doing a pretty high-profile heads-up challenge on there. I don't think it's going super well for him so far, but I suspect he will turn it around. He always does. And then we have the cards back now. Andres with 4-2 offsuit under the gun +1. He's been in this spot for most of the day, nursing his 7 big blinds or so. He's done a great job of it so far, but the blinds are catching up with him.
Okay, listen as friend. It's okay for me. On the radar, you know.
Omar on the cutoff with a nice hand, Queen Jack suited.
Why you don't change?
Wherever.
Fold.
Over to Ozturk in the big blind. With ace-8, he is slightly in the lead, but this is not the easiest hand to play in this situation when you're trying to outlast a bunch of short stacks. We'll see what he decides to do here. He makes the fold. Omar used a little bit of a bigger sizing there to deny the big blind the ability to call as much, and it worked out for him that time. Ozturk slightly in the lead, but I can understand folding. He's ahead of a few shorter stacks, and he does not want to take too many risks here. Omar wins another pot. Starting to pull away from the pack a little bit. For most of the first couple hours, we had these 3 players, Lon, Attila, and Omar. It's all roughly similar stacks, but Omar is putting some distance between himself and the other 2. Andres under the gun, King-8 offsuit. Again, it's going to be tough for him. If he folds this hand, he has to post the ante next hand. So he has 5 big blinds this hand. Next time he'll only have 4. And he'll have to put 1 in. So King-8 offsuit is still not quite good enough. A very tough spot for him. These big blind antes can be ruinous when you're short. Attila with ace-jack. He's still the 2nd place chip stack. Got a little over 40 big blinds now. He is going to come in for a raise. Omar deciding whether he wants to put pressure on here. I'm not sure what Omar has yet. Pretty much regardless of his hand, he's always willing to put pressure on. Oh, he comes in for a limp. Interesting. Omar not going to play that one. Ozturk with ace-8 offsuit in the small blind only has to complete. But it is a difficult spot post-flop, out of position against both players with a very treacherous hand to navigate. He is going to complete, though. Attila's limp may pay off if an ace flops. Oh, Joseph with kings in the big blind. Oh my. This could get interesting. I expect Joseph's going to raise, and Attila's going to have to decide whether he wants to play his ace-jack, which is somewhat underrepresented because he limped it. Joseph has been very in line so far. He's only showed up with aces as far as I can recall. Puts in a big raise.
2.250.
Very big raise. 9 big blinds.
2,250,000.
Now Attila is going to be in terrible shape if he does decide to continue here. One of his aces is dead. But as I said, he's underrepresented his hand by limping. If he gets away from it here, he's going to save a little bit because he didn't raise. But if he talks himself into going with it, it's going to be a lot of trouble for him.
2 more behind.
What?
No.
Joseph had aces earlier and went 4 ways to a Jack-10-9 flop, perhaps trying to avoid that same fate this time. Attila does get away from it, and I expect Ozturk is going to quickly fold. Joseph's going to win with the kings.
You have to be careful the purple.
Very large raise with kings there. Trying to make sure he outlasts either short stacks, doesn't get into another tough post-flop spot. You can see the updated stacks now. We got 4 stacks near the bottom, 3 stacks in the middle, and then the chip leader and the second stack are both a bit of distance third place.
I want to flip. I don't want to. I want to flip. I want to. Come on, dude.
The blinds are up. I expect there's going to be a lot of pressure on these bottom stacks here.
Beautiful.
Apparently this is the 3rd final table of the festival for Barris. Had a very good festival so far. That's an incredible hit rate. 3 final tables in a week or whatever. He's the shorter. He's the second to last stack here, but he's already done very well for himself this series. Studying with Dara O'Kearney, who's written a few books. Definitely an excellent guy to learn from. I would recommend checking out his books if you haven't. Also done a few seminars. He did one on the satellites and the mystery bounties and things like this. Some of these different formats that require a few adjustments. Very informative. If you're not following him on social media already, I would recommend doing so if you're looking to learn about the game. Also the co-host of the highly rated Chip Race podcast, which I believe won another award this year. Deservedly so. So Attila raises Queen Jack. It looks like that one's going to go through. Andres in the big blind with 10-7 offsuit is going to be chopped down to 3 big blinds after folding this hand. Andres is back down to what he started the day with. He came into this final table very short. He's managed to make it last so far, but the blinds are catching up with him. See the chips here, very interesting. They have plates, they have different size chips. The big chips are 100, the small chips are 25, and the plates are 250, I believe. It's kind of cool. Usually the chips are more similar in size and they're only differentiated by color, but in this case you can very easily tell which is which.
Mine, of course. Okay, you take no problem.
I haven't played with chips like this before in a tournament, but it was kind of fun actually.
Okay, floor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Together. 25. I don't know. Floor. Take come back.
There's a chip in the middle. I don't know.
Trying to decide whose 25 chip that is, I guess.
Check. You can check, please. Continue.
Tournament director weighing in.
Yeah. You take it.
A very tight ship here at the WPT. We're not going to see anything like that thing circuit lately where the wrong hand won at Showdown. World Poker Tour is expanding. Very impressive. Impressively run tour. One of the most storied names in poker. And with all the online sites lately, there's more opportunities than ever to win your passport dollars. Folds around to Joseph here with King 3 offsuit on the button. It's not a very good hand, but he is facing 2 short stacks in the blinds. Decides to pass and perhaps let them collide here. And Andres is going to have trouble finding a better spot than this. He is blind versus blind with King Jack offsuit.
Not now.
Certainly be going with this. Edgar is looking for the exact count. But he might have to call here. He's getting over 2-1 against the other short stack. Has an opportunity to secure his own pay jump here. If he calls and eliminates Andres, he will have about 40% if he does so. But if he loses, the stacks are going to be a lot closer. Andres has been very patient so far. Done a great job running up his short stack to the extent he's been able. Edgar's deciding whether he has to call here. Deciding whether it's more beneficial to preserve his stack. Looks like he did make the fold. And Andres very happy to take that one down. Close spot there for Edgar's. Could have gone either way on that one. The suitedness helps a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still only 7 high. Not a spot you're super enthused about getting the money in with. Tella under the gun coming in for a raise with 10-8 suited. He is one of the bigger stacks. Only really has to worry about Omar on his direct left. And Omar not looking to play too many hands from under the gun 1 here. Edgar's in the small blind with ace-4 suited. He is going to be ahead, but not an easy spot to continue. And Ilan in the big blind picks up aces. This is what he's been waiting for. Ilan came in roughly tied for top 3. He's chipped down a little bit, had a couple unfortunate spots. And now he's got aces. He's gonna have to decide how big he wants to make it here. He 3-bets to 1.25.
Phone. When you have finished, please hang up.
And Andres might take a flop here. He's got a hand that is playable, but he is up against aces. All right, we're going to the flop. Ilan's about a 4-1 favorite, but 10-8 suited can very much crack aces. We'll see what happens on the flop here. Flop comes 10 high. That's actually quite good for Ilan. He's way ahead here, and his opponent has enough to continue. Attila does have some backdoors, so he's still got 15%, but he needs 2 outs to make a full house. His 8 is no good. Pot's already quite big.
Oh, 1 minute.
Really? You have pocket 10? Really? All in immediately, pocket 10?
Attila goes all in on the flop. Wow. Well, I can't see Elon folding. He's only losing to a 7.
Oh. No, you're kidding me. It's not possible. Pocket 10. You have pocket 10? Anytime. 5, 7. 1 million. Right? No.
Elon does.
1 million?
He's deciding whether to make the call.
Pocket 10, pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket jack.
Attila's likely going to find himself in a lot of trouble here.
Bluff, baby bluff.
This looks a lot like pocket jacks or something like this. Elon is at risk at a final table, so he's going to think about it a bit.
Pocket 10, unbelievable. One hand beats me. Pocket 10, that's it. Only one hand beats me. Pocket kings you have, pocket queens, pocket jacks. That's 3 hands I beat.
Elon does make the call. He will be an 85% favorite here. And he might be one of the chip leaders. He might actually, yeah, I think he's going to be about tied with Omar if he calls and holds up here.
Time. You have time, right? Relax. You're good. With pocket tens, you're good. Only pocket ten beats me. Even if you have pocket tens, I get the ace on the river. Take a look. Sheesh.
Elon's largest cash coming into this is 4,000, so he's already locked up his biggest cash.
I have 2 minutes, all finished. Really? All finished.
If he calls and loses here, there's a lot of shorter stacks. But even so, aces. Elon does make the call. He saw the first 10, and I think he thought he was up against pocket 10s. But no, he's up against 10-8, so Elon is an 85% favorite here. Attila's going to need some backdoors or a 10.
No 10. Deuce 5. Deuce 5.
Of course.
Deuce. 5.
Turns a 5, no help. Attila's going to need a 10 exactly to win this hand. Oh, wow. Wow. That is a sick run out. My goodness. Attila overplayed his hand quite a bit there and got very lucky on the river. All the short stacks are thanking their lucky stars that they made a pay jump there. An incredible run out.
Unlucky doesn't define.
Oğuz'u düşünemiyorum şu an.
No, man. Don't tell him about this.
I was considering making a joke about the contested 25 chip there, but decided against it. Attila is our big stack now. What a spot. Unbelievably unlucky for Elon, who came in third in chips. Was well set up there to be the chip leader, or tied for it after a tough start. Way ahead on the flop, even further ahead on the turn. A 10 on the river. Attila got away with one there. He was in a lot of trouble.
I say.
What an incredible hand.
Good job, Sadaka. Nice hand.
They put him up there with the eliminated thing like it's a mugshot or something. That is brutal. Man.
Good job.
I was not expecting Elon to be the first one out. And he did not deserve to be the first one out on that hand, but a tough beat for him. Played his aces pretty much perfectly. Got his opponent to overplay top pair. Now Edgar's on the button with a pretty good hand. Has to worry about outlasting Andres, but this hand is quite strong on the button with 8 big blinds. 9 big blinds.
50% of the time, you put all your chips.
I don't play against you.
Yeah, of course not.
I was like 10.
Not at all.
You were praying for a 10, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Check.
$1.4.
Not yet, no, before you come. Perfect. For you.
Ante
Yeah,
attım.
1-7. Yeah, 1-7.
Blind almadım. Ante attım sadece.
You have 2-2.
Ante attım, blind almadı. Bir sayacak
Normally
şimdi.
2-2 you are. 1-7. Yeah, 250. Good job, Isman. Ah, you see, huh?
Flop bana açtı ya. Az kişi var. Geriden atıyorum, eyvallah.
Omar, you were crazy, then he's more crazy than you. You were crazy, he's more crazy than you.
Nobody more crazy than you.
Only one Omar. Only one Omar.
We are friends.
You're crazy,
We
but
are
Arkadaş.
Biz arkadaş, biz arkadaş. Biz arkadaş.
he's very. I escape hospital. Psychiatric.
We're laughing a bit about that sick hand with the aces. Edgar's on the button now with 8s after picking up that last pot. Might come back for more. 8s is very good. He is going to go all in, or basically all in. Tillo with the quick fold, Omar with the quick fold. Edgar's picks up another one. Nice couple pots for him. Andres happy to have made a pay jump, but not happy to see the other short stack chipping up so much. Tilla sitting pretty with the chip lead now. It's a 6 spot. You play the whole tournament, you get it in with aces at the final table, and get 2-outed on the river. That's part of what makes Hold'em such a beautiful game. That's why there's no money in chess, but there is money in poker. Wanders on the hijack with King 7, gonna pass. Attila on the button, Queen 7 suited. He's got the chip lead now. I would imagine he raises this one. He just calls. Omar on the small blind, 10-9 offsuit.
No. $1,350,000.
1,250,000.
Omar's going to put in a raise. Perhaps assuming that Attila's limping range is a bit on the weaker side, trying to put pressure on it.
Is it too much? Why? Why too much? SD?
It's going to work. Nice raise by Omar. Omar's very aware of table dynamics, very good at live reads. Nice pickup by him. Omar got about $3.5 million in cash as the all-time leader for Algeria. Very aggressive player. Very capable of applying pressure in the right spots. Going right after the chip leader when he's second in chips, out of position. Impressive raise there by Omar.
Thank you.
Attila has shown a lot of willingness to limp at this final table, despite having the chip lead for most of it.
700.
Coming in for a raise this time. Ooh, but he's going to run into the ace-queen suited in the big blind from Barris. I would imagine the money's going in here. And Attila's only got to put in about another 800,000 to call here. Getting over 3-1. He's about a 2-1 dog.
$1,400,000, $1,500,000. $1,500,000.
Atayım bilemedim, o kadar kötü ki elim. Ben atayım şimdi. Benim elim bayağı iyi.
If he's up against a pair, he's crushed, but if he's up against an unpaired hand like this, he is live, and he does make the call.
Burada bile flip atmıştı.
So Attila's going to need a 6 or a 3 to eliminate another player here. Barris just needs to hold with his ace-queen suited. Off comes a 3. Attila's in the lead. Barris does have a backdoor flush draw and a few different ways to win the hand, though. That's a club. Jack of clubs. Gives Barris a lot more outs. He needs a jack or a club or an ace or a queen to stay alive here.
Easy.
3 on the river. That's going to eliminate another player. And Attila is raising this final table. Unlucky for Barris. It's his third final table of this festival. Got it way ahead there. But he did not hold up.
Good job, Attila. Yeah, good job. You did your job.
And we are down to 7.
Good job. Action.
2 players who have been short the entire time managed to make pay jumps. Nice showing for Barris. excellent performance at this festival overall, but unfortunately for him, he ran out of gas in 8th there.
I'm waiting for sudden noise.
I like how they do that, the eliminated thing.
Yeah. 4. What? How much? Thank you.
Didn't manage to make it out to Cyprus myself while I was living in Europe, but it always sounded like a very nice destination. Maybe I'll fly over there one of these days.
Good job at
They have the full WPT festival in August. Now Andres has made 2 pay jumps after coming in very short. He's got to feel really good about that.
675.
675.
Omar's going to come in for a raise on the cutoff with a good hand, ace-4 suited. And he will take it down uncontested.
Be nice to see the payout somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
What?
I say, no possibility to see any. Yeah.
Yes, no pay jump,
No, nothing, you know. Not nice. This is seriously impossible to see. And I have no phone on me.
They
So.
should change the
Where is Andy?
Sort of an unexpected start to this final table. The short stacks have made it quite a while.
I call it for you.
One of the biggest stacks went out first.
Yeah, correct.
I do. Andy!
And Attila's been busting everyone with kind of some weak hands here. Looks like he left the table during his big blind. Andres under the gun with 7s. Probably going to have to go with this. Doesn't get much better than this.
For short stack. Thank you very much, boss. Not possible. Thanks.
He is going to be all in. Omar on the cutoff, ace-8 offsuit. It's only a 5 big blind shove, so it's not the worst hand to consider calling with, but he does have 3 players stacked behind him, so it's going to be close for him, I think.
Okay, now you can... 1 million? 200? 1 to 50. Boom, 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 boom. I need you.
He does make the fold. Would have been a coin flip, but not the best hand to be calling off with at a final table. And it looks like the 7s shove is going to get through. Joseph has to put in about $1 million to call here. He's going to be more than a 2-to-1 dog if he does make the call.
Ha? Yok, eline bakmış mıydın bu el diyorum. Yok ya şimdi.
Andres picks it up uncontested again. He's done a very nice job of being patient with his short stack at this final table. Getting rewarded with 2 pay jumps already. He is still very much live for more. Andres has been playing for 15 years from Ukraine. Biggest cash is for 75,000 euros. So he's going to need a few more jumps to make it, to match that. Attila is raising with a pair of 5s here. Under the gun +1. A big stack can open up his range quite a bit. Ooh, Joseph in the small blind with ace-king. May see an all-in from him here. It's about 23 big blinds. 22. We've seen Attila raise with a variety of interesting hands, so ace-king is looking pretty good for Joseph here.
All in.
He does go all in. Now Attila's got a pair, but it's not a very good pair, and Joseph's been quite tight so far. Anders is in about as bad a shape as you can be there with King 5. Both of his cards are totally dead. Not that it was worth considering anyway. So if Attila makes a call here, he'll be in the lead, but he is behind almost every pair that Joseph's going to go all in with.
You cannot talk, heads up.
So he has to catch Joseph with exactly ace-king or ace-queen to be ahead here. Ace-jack suited or something.
5,700,000.
Attila does make the fold.
Good luck.
Good fold there, even though he was ahead. And we see our updated stacks here. Anders still bringing up the rear with 6 big blinds. A couple of players with 12 and 10. Fabian and Joseph are about tied for 3rd and 4th, and then Attila is slightly ahead of Omar now, but Omar's been doing a great job of chipping up gradually this whole final table, picking the exact right spots to apply pressure. You can see this get very interesting as we get shorthanded if Omar maintains one of the leads.
Stop doing this. You saw that. It's not your turn. Nonsense. Don't do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Letting him know you fall. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's okay. It's second time.
It's like right now Tony Dunst joining us here.
There's nothing to relax.
Oh. Oh.
I can figure out how to add him.
Players all in.
Catch.
1,375,000. Oh.
Yeah, 20. Just 20.
All right. I think that should have worked. See if we can get Tony on the line here.
125, 250.
You? You're
In the meantime, we have Fabian with ace queen offsuit from under the gun +1.
500,000.
Gonna see him coming for a raise here. He's been very selective so far, but ace queen is certainly good enough.
Oh. Oh.
15 all 16.
Hello.
Noises, trying to make sure we get Tony on the line here. Andres on the button, ace-7 suited.
Hello there, Ryan.
We've seen him be very selective so far. Fabian has also been quite tight.
Oh. Oh.
Attila in the big blind's got the hand that he busted Elon with, 10-8 suited. Different suit this time.
Cool.
Cool.
I expect we'll see him make a call. Getting a good price. Pretty good hand.
Heads up.
We're calling out of the big blind at least.
Bet 400,000.
Attila's going to lead out of the big blind with an open-ended here. Fabian has missed this flop, and he's under a lot of stack pressure. He does not have a backdoor flush draw. We'll see how he decides to proceed here. Like he does make the call. A great turn for Fabian.
How much? 5 million?
Check.
Attila checks over to Fabian. Fabian now has top pair. Fabian's a very experienced EPT reg, so I expect him to navigate this hand correctly. He's going to go ahead and bet the turn for about half pot.
1.2 million.
Hello. Hey there, Brian.
Hey, Tony, I can hear you. You're a little quiet, though.
I'll be holding top pair, top kicker, and Attila, the open ender.
Go to the river.
We go to a river.
There's a 4.
It's a safe 4 for Fabian.
That player is all in.
And a lead all in from Attila. Interesting.
Attila's lead jamming now. Tony, can you hear me right now? I hear Tony, but he's a little quiet so far. We're trying to work out the technicals on the call here, but we'll have it up soon. Fabian is facing it all in here. He's got top pair. He's beating everything but 5-6 or 2 pair. Putting his time banks forward, trying to decide whether to call here. Fabian's got an excellent hand in this spot, but he's really only beating a bluff. And he's facing a tremendous amount of pressure relative to the other short stacks, so I can see why he's taking his time here. Attila showed a lot of willingness to get out of line so far.
Like a decision for Fabian on this rare. But besides 6-5, essentially everything has missed.
Maybe and try to figure out where he'll be relative to the other stacks if he calls versus if he folds. Not an easy spot. It's never easy when you have top pair like this. Fabian's running low on time banks here, trying to figure out what the heck he is up against in this spot. Not an enviable spot for him. He's losing to 5-6, he's losing to 2 pair. There's a lot of busted draws.
There we go.
All right, cool. You got your settings now, Tony?
I do. Brian, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah, we are watching.
Oh,
this,
he folded. Wow.
He folded. Oh my goodness.
Wow, holy moly. Yeah, Attila's been trying to wild this final table. I'm surprised that he found the fold there. I mean, it's a very tough ICM spot for him. So I don't begrudge him the fold or anything, but that's a crazy end. You missed a few hands earlier. Attila called a 3-bet with 10-8 suited and then jammed on the flop on 10-7-7 and wound up cracking aces.
I can't believe he folded because, to be honest with you, Brian, I thought that was a pretty ideal run out for the ace-queen. Besides 5-6, essentially
he's beating everything with 5-6 and 2 pair. There's a couple of stacks that are a lot shorter, so I guess that's why he went.
Exactly this conversation yesterday on the table, and he told me I should always do that.
Just when somebody explain something.
Seriously?
Il doit les prendre parce qu'il a metté devant.
Very difficult spot.
Le time bank, ça. Parce qu'il a.
Wow, that was quite a surprising fold. I really thought on that river, you know, it was basically what you were hoping for with ace-queen. I expected him to kind of snap the shove off and feel pretty good about it. But as you said, disgusting ICM spot, it never feels good to be calling off in a binary, you know, bluff catcher situation at a final table. But, you know, I'd love to hear your opinion, but I thought the run out looked pretty ideal for ace-queen.
Yeah, I would think he'd be more inclined to fold on a heart or a one of the higher straight completing cards like a jack or a 6. I'm kind of surprised he found the fold there, but he is ahead of, I think, 3 other players. So I'm guessing that was the deciding factor for him there.
He took how many? And
Edgar's here with a pair of 9s on the button, and with under 10 blinds, his play does look pretty automatic here. Quite a gutsy move from Attila. I don't think many players find the open jam on the river there.
Yeah, that was an incredible. I mean, Attila's been playing this final table very aggressively. He actually wound up eliminating the 7th, the 8th, and 9th place players with 6-3 and 10-8 suited, respectively. I'm kind of surprised Fabian found the hold there, but from his perspective, he just figured he had to be behind something. It's not usually a spot where you see the check call.
Maybe
lead
you
jam.
should say that to the players. I don't know, because it's nowhere it's like that. Yeah.
Maybe you can say
Just
before.
took the 1.5 minutes of my time away. So.
Okay, I understand.
Seemed to be a dispute over the time bank. Brutal spot for Fabian there.
Oh.
Joseph now with the ace queen. Thankfully, Brian, a lot of the players we were watching at this final table were on the streamed tables yesterday, so there is some familiarity.
Raise 500,000.
We've seen Joseph be pretty tight so far, but ace queen is certainly good enough to come in for a raise here.
Yeah, and I love that we have the plaques in play. That's a very elegant.
The plaques are cool, huh?
European.
I'm not used to that. Usually the chips are a little harder to differentiate, but it's very easy to tell what's the big chips and the small chips at this table.
Back around to Attila on the button with queen 6 suited. Seemed to contemplate it for a moment, and it looked like we had a rapid fold of queen 10 in the big blind. I didn't catch the big blind stack, but one of those spots where, you know, certainly close to seeing a flop depending on the stack sizes around the table.
Yeah, I think he's one of the shorter stacks now. So if he's got ICM in mind, obviously making the ace queen fold a couple hands before, so queen 10. I think he also thought that Joseph's range was very tight, which it indeed was.
Okay, bro.
This looks like an incredible venue to play at. I haven't made it out to Cyprus yet, but I hope to do it maybe later this year for the one in August, the WPT Real event. I mean, this is the Prime event.
Yeah, I hope to see you there. I was supposed to be at this Prime event, but unfortunately ended up sick with pneumonia for about a month, and I didn't know what the issue was until about a month into the illness. So that came a little too close to the flight. I actually didn't know what the problem was until after my flight was supposed to leave, but it's all cleared up now. I feel way better. Nice to feel like myself again, and looking forward to also heading out to Cyprus and playing at Chamada Poker in likely August for the championship event as we see Omar raise the pocket jacks on the button. Now, I've actually got some history with Omar. We played together at the WPT Prime event in Cannes. We've played together at the World Series. He's a really fun character at the table, very personable, and something of a creative and an unorthodox player. A guy who made some unusual plays even on the stream yesterday. I saw him make like a click 3-bet out of the big blind with 7-4 suited against a short stack. You know, isn't somebody who is trying to relentlessly force the action, but will at times pick spots where he gets pretty out of line.
Yeah, he's played this final table very well so far, actually, and he's definitely chosen a few unorthodox 3-betting hands, but he picked perfect spots for him. I played with him in EPT Paris Day 3 last year, actually, so I'm familiar with him as well. And your description is correct. He's very aggressive, but also very definitely a character at the table. He's got a lot of cashes. He's got 3.5 million career cashes, so he knows his way around a tournament. He knows how to read situations and hands, and he's made some very aware plays at this table. I think he's played very well so far.
Well, here you will open our action with King Jack on the cutoff.
Yeah, we're going to see Omar and Attila sort of run away with this table now. I think they've got a pretty big separation between them and the next stacks. Joseph in the big blind with ace-9 offsuit, a pretty decent hand, but Omar has chosen a large raise sizing, make it more difficult to defend.
Exactly right. It does make it more awkward for Joseph.
Did you press the time button? Yes? For me?
Yes, I did. 5 seconds. Time.
Joseph thinking about it. Not an easy spot, actually. He's it's a very difficult hand to play out of position post flop against somebody who's going to put a lot of pressure on you. There's a few shorter stacks. I would not be surprised to see him fold this one.
Yeah, if we were strictly playing for chips, or even if this was earlier on under ICM, I do think he needs to get to the flop. But given the layout of stacks at this table, I think there's a lot of merit to folding there when you're the clear third place and there's a few million separating you in the short stacks, and you want to keep that gap between yourself and their stacks, and having to call 400,000 off and maybe 1 or 2 bets post flop could be quite precarious.
Yes. Yeah, and you know Omar's the type of player who's going to put a lot of pressure on you post flop too. He's not going to make it easy on you.
Onun eli bende olsa atardım.
Göreceğiz. We will see. Fold. Kardeşim. Fold. Fold.
Fabian with 9s on the cutoff. It's a spot for him to pick up some chips here. Nope. I expect we'll see him go all in.
Yeah, with 13, 14 blinds here. I think there's some decision between opening and shoving, but
Raise 2 million.
I like his decision to jam here.
It makes it 2 million, which is essentially a jam. We see this a lot where
Right.
people leave a little bit of leeway behind just in case, 3 people go all in behind you or something and you can fold and make pay jumps, but this is for all intents and purposes and all in most of the time.
Now the 9 deuce of Andras will not be taking him up on that proposition.
Fabian's still steaming a bit from that big ace queen pot. Not an easy spot for him. He's not going to be happy when he sees the stream, but in game I can understand talking yourself into folding is a very difficult spot with the ICM implications.
He will not be happy when he sees the stream. Now, he played probably the most interesting hand I saw yesterday. He and his opponent were both about 70 blinds deep. And I want to say the positions were like cutoff hijack or one position before that. And it went, his opponent opened ace-5 of hearts. Fabian 3-bet ace-king offsuit, as we see Attila here with pocket 10s. His opponent made a very nice 4-bet with the ace-5 suited. I expected Fabian to just jam it in. They were about like I said, 60 to 70 blinds effective. Instead, he made like a click 5-bet, which you don't really see very often from players with ace-king offsuit.
Yeah.
And his opponent 6-bet jammed ace-5 suited.
Oh, wow.
And Fabian immediately called him off and held for a 4 million chip pot.
Wow, the 6-bet. I mean, you see a lot of 4-betting with ace-5 suited. You don't usually see the 6-bet with it.
Exactly, especially
when
his
he had a pretty
opponent
strong
put
read
in.
on his opponent's tendencies there to induce with ace-king rather than jamming. And like you said, I would have wanted to just jam that hand as well. Once you get the 4-bet in there, you're pretty happy just taking down the pot uncontested at that point.
Exactly. I couldn't believe his opponent went for it because Fabian had put in 40% of effective stacks. And I was like, my goodness.
That's just sort of the atmosphere out here in Cyprus from what I hear. People are very aggressive, very, they want to fight over every pot. There's a lot of regional variety in the way that the tournaments play out.
Absolutely true. Even within Europe, but especially as you start talking about on the global scale, if you travel around on the tournament tour, you definitely get a feel for different regions and how they think about the game, how aggressive or passive they may be.
1-5 you have, my friend? 1-5? Huh? 1-5.
Yes.
Okay.
Omar under the gun with ace-4 suited. I expect we'll see him open this one. Now that he's got one of the bigger stacks, he can start putting a lot more pressure on, and a suited ace is always a good hand to do it with.
Surprising fold.
That is a very surprising fold, especially for him. I think you'd see most players go with the suited ace there.
Yeah. Maybe he felt a disturbance in the force because Andras on the button.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
just 4 big blinds
apparently
holding ace king. Omar would have been priced in to call the inevitable reshove here.
Andras has been very patient, played his short stack very well so far, and he's picked up a nice spot to go all in with ace king here for. So it's only like 4.5 big blinds now, huh?
Yeah. Does Attila feel he is priced in to make this call with Queen 8?
Yeah, Attila's getting about 2 to 1 here, so he's actually got about the right price. You don't expect your opponent to have ace king in the spot either. They're pretty good like ace 7, where you have much better odds. Even against ace king, though, he's got a pretty close price, so he's going to make the call. We'll see if he can get the elimination here. Attila's eliminated every player at the final table so far. Going for one more.
The best part.
Well, that should lock it up for Andras pretty well.
Yeah,
So he's got about 3% to draw out on him. Attila did hit a 15%er earlier, but he's not going to hit the 3%er this time. Andras is going to secure the double up.
Those are more.
He's got to feel great about that. He came into the final table with less than $1 million. He's up to about $3 million. He secured 2 pay jumps. He's still one of the shorter stacks, but he's in much better shape than he's been in pretty much the entire tournament.
It's funny to think that the happiest person at the end of the day will be whoever wins the tournament. The second happiest would probably be Andras, who came in with $1 million. He's already laddered 2 guys, maybe he ladders 1 or 2 more. Everything feels like found money.
Oh yeah, if you're short, I mean, picking up the blinds is, or doubling, even doubling with your 4 big blinds. It's a lot of starting stacks too, if you think of it that way. I mean, it's only 4 big blinds, but it's many, many starting stacks. Every hand is for a lot of equity.
Got it. Oh, don't come. Wake up. To go Budapest. Right. Come.
Edgar's in the button with King 6 suited, a hand he could go all in with, but he decides to play it safe.
Wow, he's 1.4.
Omar, unafraid of Attila's limp here, using one of these disconnected, junky hands as an isolation raise, blind versus blind. And a surprising fold from Attila, though Omar made it a 5x raise almost, so I can understand why Attila thought perhaps Omar was stronger than usual with the large sizing, but usually you don't see players, especially the chip leader, limp fold an ace blind versus.
It's going to be a tough spot to navigate post-flop with ace 6. It's one of the more disconnected ace X hands you can get there. And we see Fabian still in 4th even after that big fold, so that sort of explains why he was so cautious there. But the 2 chip leaders are really pulling away now.
With the WPT World Championship seat included in first prize, First has taken home over $200,000 in this event that attracted nearly 1,400 entries. Incredible turnout for an $1,100 buy-in, and our eventual winner almost 200xing their money. Not easily done these days.
Yeah, really nice turnout here, and it sounds like it was up from last year, so it's trending in the right direction. It's really good to see.
Yeah, about a 16% increase in entries year over year. The second year we've been with Chamada Poker, as Joseph looks down at Ace King and will open our action.
Joseph picking up another premium hand here. He's been quite patient so far, played his stack very well, and he's been rewarded up till now. Coming in for a raise, pretty big raise, almost 3x with Ace King.
Yeah, pretty big raise. My concern there is it's telegraphing something about the strength of your hand to your opponents. I think earlier we saw him use a smaller raise size, and he's going to have a decision to make if Attila puts the 3-bet in and puts him to the test. Most players go with the Ace King. We'll see whether Joseph is feeling especially risk averse or he's comfortable getting the money in here.
Yeah, Joseph's got a tough ICM spot here. He's I think he's in third, and if he winds up busting here, he's well ahead of the players behind him. I think that's part of why he's sized so big. He doesn't really want to take too much risk here. But Attila is going to put in the re-raise.
Look at this, Omar right behind with Ace Queen. Everybody with a premium.
See if Omar manages to get away from this one. Attila's been kind of a loose cannon at this final table, but Omar's been very. I think he's played this table very well so far. He's picked perfect spots for all of his light raises. He's managed to get away from a few big hands.
And a good fold from Omar there up against the two dominating Ace Kings. Snap all in from Joseph.
Does go all in. Yeah, he's had enough. He figures that Omar's. I'm sorry, that Attila's been out of line enough that he's happy to go with the Ace King here. And it looks like we're likely chopping, although Attila does have a little bit of a free roll equity here.
7. Around 7.
Attila does not look like a man who intends to fold. Got the chip in his hand. He's figuring out how much of his stack would be gone if he were to call and lose. He's already out of his chair like he's going to sweat it all in. A lot of signs point to a call.
He's got a lot in there already, too. 2.5 million. It's only going to be another 4.5 to call here.
6,950,000. Call?
Yeah.
Attila does make the call, and a lot of drama for a likely chop here, but Attila does have 7%, Joseph has 2%, so sometimes someone will make a flush.
No flush. Maybe straight flush. Royal flush. No flush. Good luck.
Rooting for a 1 diamond 2 heart flop, so we get the double flop.
Yeah, 1 diamond 2 heart, they have the same chance.
Good.
We'll see what we get here.
1 diamond is enough for me. Come on, you need to win like this.
1 diamond 1 heart. So Joseph's got to fade the diamonds here. Attila's been running very good at this final table. No, just a king of spades. So it is going to be a chop. Much ado about nothing on that hand, but they're playing for quite a bit of money. So it makes sense that he'd want to take his time.
I don't think it's worth a try.
We'll have to do it. I hope he has ace queen. He win. If he have ace queen, he win.
Omar did fold the nuts there, as it turned out, but a good fold by him.
Si je faisais tapis, tu payais? Flop? Non, tu payes pas? Si moi je
If he raises,
s'il
then
passe.
you go.
Non, il passe. Tu payes? Tu perds. Hein.
I have to rewind the.
Ouais, ouais. Time bank. A lot of time bank. Je gagne si je fais tapis.
3-5.
Where is the button? Here. Oh, yes.
Çok sıkı diye kapatacak mesela. Çok yani. Bunu bana yapmaz diye düşünüyorum.
Joseph pretty
I want
relieved to
this
stay
hand,
alive
man.
there. He's still in third place. Several very short stacks hanging around.
Mr. Joseph.
Wait a second, because stop the time, please.
I cannot.
Hold, because there's something wrong. I see.
After the hand,
Wait, 500.
Sence 1000 var mı?
1.1 milyon.
I should take.
Till on the cutoff with a nice one. Ace Jack suited.
1 million.
We've seen him mixing some limping, but he's going to go ahead and raise this one.
Making a large size up to 1 million.
Well, not going to matter here with 7-2 in the big blind.
c'est bon?
En içeri almayayım.
T'avais combien de tapis? 8 millions et quelques?
Ça va, ça va, ça va.
C'est bon? Allez, ça
I
va.
don't take your chips. I only split middle.
Yes, I know, but I'm checking out
Yeah,
because
yeah, of course.
maybe something wrong. If you had a queen, you win, my friend.
I had the screen. Yeah, I had the screen.
I wish I was.
He did have ace queen, but I don't think he was going to wind up seeing all the cards there unless he went all in himself, which is not what Omar was going to do in that spot.
I got 2 pair on the flop.
If we.
Till on the hijack now, 10-7 suited, a hand he could choose to raise with, given his lead.
Do wonder if any of his opponents are getting information from friends watching the stream, whether Attila's varying his open sizes will clue them in a little about the strength of his hands. Spencer, with his last 1 million, just 3.5 blinds there, is going to go for it and actually be in decent shape with King 9 suited.
Yeah, pretty solid spot for him.
How much?
1.1.
What do you do here in Joseph's shoes?
1 million?
I would imagine he's going to get out of the way just because he wants to allow the... if he does call, then Attila has the option to re-raise. And he's going to be committing a decent chunk of his stack. It does turn out he has the best hand, and it's not too far-fetched, but the small blind's been quite tight. The King 9 suited's actually a bit wider than he's been for most of the tournament, but a good hand selection here, correctly assuming that Attila's opening really light. Attila's going to have a chance to bust another player here.
I have the best hand so far.
Seven on the flop. Attila's in the lead.
Bad start for Spencer here, but the backdoor draws will give him some possibilities besides just hitting a pair. As we see, he picks up outs to a 10. So 9 outs going to the river. Can he find one of them? No, and
he does not.
lose Spencer in 7th place.
A good run for him. He played his stack well. He did what he could, but he just ran out of gas at the end. Still a nice finish for him.
Als je stream opvalt, nee. Is that the call?
Been playing poker for 16 years. Doesn't say what his biggest cash is, but a 31K payday, not bad for a 1K buy-in. Andres has actually made 3 pay jumps now after coming into the day with only 5 big blinds. He's done a great job of staying alive.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what we're doing on break. I like to explain.
Congratulations, we won 9%. Congratulations. We won.
Omar reminding everyone of the pay jump. Lock up an extra 9,000.
Very much his style.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so
He plans on pressuring them all, so he wants to remind them how much they're playing for.
Round of Fabian on the button with Queen Jack here. And with both players behind him not having one of the largest stacks, he may end up all in here, especially jamming into the shortest stack on the table in the big blind.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially because one of the short stacks just got eliminated, so he doesn't have to worry quite as much about pay jumps now. Joseph with King 8, gonna make the fold. And Anderson, the big blind, is gonna need something reasonable to call with here. King 6, not quite gonna cut it, I don't imagine. He was ahead slightly, but very difficult to make the call with that hand.
So Fabian creates some distance between himself and the shortest stacks at this table. I like the graphic up on the wall of the eliminated player. It looks very Hunger Games.
Yeah, it's really cool. I was commenting on that earlier. I like it a lot.
1.6 VR. Perfect. Perfect. And you, gentlemen?
2.2 behind. 2.350 total.
2.2 games.
Omar making sure of all the stacks.
Thank you.
Good practice.
Thank you. Do you have a correction? Your nivesh? No? I don't know. Okay, no problem.
There's Joseph on the button with an ace-9.
What you said?
And with 2 short stacks behind,
How much?
do you think he has a natural all-in here?
2 point. 2 point.
Making sure of the stacks before he does it, but I would agree this seems like a pretty
Sorry.
standard spot for him to shove.
Looks like he's going to opt for a large open to 900,000 instead.
Quite similar, but yes, a little bit different. Anders not going to have much. We'll see what the big one wakes up with. Ace-9, a pretty good hand given the circumstances, and yeah, that's going to get it done.
Time.
So we got 2 short stacks, 2 medium stacks, and 2 big stacks. Interesting dynamic for this final table. Omar folding under the gun. Over to Joseph on the cutoff with ace-jack. He does have to contend with the big stack and the big blind, but this hand still seems good enough to open. He folds.
Whoa.
Kind of a tight fold there, but not wanting to clash with the biggest stack at the table. Wants to let these short stacks knock themselves out first. Given the extremeness of the stack distribution here, we're going to see some very skewed ranges. Andres folding the button with King 9, trying to outlast the small blind. And the small blind is not going to have a hand to go with either. Attila gets a walk with 6-3.
How much you have? Do you know how much you have?
Avian trying to make sure he's very aware of the stacks. Got to make those pay jumps. Not sure if he's seen the stream yet with the ace-queen hand. I guess I can't check their phones until the break, so maybe he's going to find out on the break.
For his mental health's sake, I hope not.
I'm sure that the uncertainty is killing him. Maybe having the certainty of knowing would be better, but Joseph is going to come in with ace-jack suited this time. After folding ace-jack offsuit last hand, this time he's got to contend with both big stacks in the blinds, but ace-jack suited is quite strong. Attila has 5s. Ooh. This would be a very interesting spot for him to re-raise and put pressure on Joseph, but it's hard for him to do. He can't really go all in with Omar behind him.
Right.
And going not all in seems very awkward with this hand, so I can see why he just called. There was another short stack in the big line behind him. I would expect we would see him go all in a little bit more there, although Joseph's been very tight, so maybe it's more prudent to just call anyway. Omar's going to put in the 3-bet.
Oh.
Wow. Big sizing.
This could work out really well for him, though. Joseph is pretty likely to make quite snug folds here, considering the stack
I'm quite sure Joseph's going to fold this one.
I don't know,
based on what we've seen out of him so far, and based on the stack distribution, I mean, he's in 3rd. This sizing looks enormous. It doesn't look like Omar's ever folding, and then Attila is going to have a really hard time continuing here as well. Really good 3-bet by Omar.
Yeah, you know, in terms of hand selection, it's pretty ambitious, but as far as identifying a situation where you can get away with an unusual amount of aggression, Omar's done such a great job here.
Yeah, that's his specialty. He does choose some unorthodox hands, but he's really picked great spots at this final table.
Nice re-raise, nice re-raise.
Beautiful 3-bet by Omar there. Omar's played this whole final table very well. He's passed on the right spots. He's applied pressure in all the right spots.
Very crafty player.
He's a tough one. You don't want to be facing him in a high leverage spot. He's definitely willing to make some punts, but he's going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on you. I was feeling that even on a day 3 of the EPT when I played with him last year, and at a final table, it's overwhelming amounts of pressure.
Round 2, Attila on the button with King Jack.
750.
Raise to 750.
And he does continue to just kind of change up his open raise size.
He's been choosing a variety of different sizes. 2.5 this time, and that's going to get the job done.
Excuse me 1 minute to just grab some water here, Brian. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Well, we're seeing a little bit more fast action now that the table has gone down to 6. The big stacks are cementing their lead. Anders under the gun with 5-2 offsuit. Anders has done a fantastic job this final table of making the pay jumps, playing a short stack, taking all the spots he can get. Edgar's on the hijack with an ace. This is possibly going to be good enough for him. If he passes on this one, he's got to post a blind in 2 hands. you'd rather not have a 4 with it, but you can't be too choosy when you have 5 big blinds. And he does indeed go all in, or basically all in. Attila's folding on the cutoff with ace-7. Bobby with 4-2, and Joseph will probably fold the big blind with queen-6 here, so it looks like Edgar's is going to get this one through.
All right. Let's see, Edgar's grabbed a pot with his ace-4 while I stepped away. Brian, have you been playing a lot of poker yourself lately? I know usually you're an online grinder who mixes in some live, if that's correct.
Yeah, I just moved back to the States, actually. I'm in Florida now, so I'm playing on all the American sites. I played the Moneymaker Tour down in Palm Beach earlier this month. I might go to the Hard Rock Series at the start of April.
I will see you there if you go.
Oh, you're going to be there? Nice.
I'm going to go for the championship event and show up probably late reg day 1A, and then if I don't bag, play a full day on 1B. I kind of like that system.
Yeah, it seems like a good strategy.
Edgar's here with ace-8, working with 7-ish blinds, puts most of them in here. Attila behind on the hijack with queen-10 of hearts. We'll think this one over and let it go. Back around to Joseph, who will not play Jack-7, and neither will Andras in the big blind with 6-3. So, Brian, how do you feel the difference is in style, quality, difficulty between American and European fields after spending a lot of time in both places?
I think Europe is tougher. I think there's a lot more disposable income here in America. People are willing to play higher. I think the metagame's a little tighter over here. People don't make quite as many crazy bluffs. But I have found it to be a little bit softer since I came back. But I've only played the one tournament and a little bit of cash, so I'm still getting my bearings. But it seemed like it was a good deal softer than the EPT.
That's my feeling as well. I haven't played an EPT in a few years now, but certainly looking back and watching the occasional streams, I do think the quality of play is a little bit higher in Europe. And as you said, there's just more disposable income in the United States. I think more casual players who can play poker without taking it very seriously. So that makes our fields a bit better overall. And of course, it depends where you go in Europe. I feel that the further you get off the beaten path of major stops, the softer events tend to be.
Yeah, that certainly seemed to be the case with the Moneymaker Tour. I only recognize maybe 2 or 3 regs that I've played with for a long time, and everyone else is local. It was only a 1,500 buy-in, but there's a lot of stuff in Florida here, so I'm looking forward to exploring some of that as I continue to expand my live selections here.
I think for a tournament player, Florida is probably the best place to be in terms of a mix of the volume and variety available to you and the softness of the fields. I live in Vegas, where we get a lot of tournaments, but there are so many professional poker players living here that even at something like the $1,500 buy-in level, you'll get some tables that are absolutely stacked on day one. And so I find myself more motivated to play online living out here than I am live, unless I'm really feeling like being social or there's a particularly interesting event in town.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's part of why I picked Florida. It seemed like a really good opportunity to play live. And, just have a high quality of life here. The sun, the winters were killing me over there.
Yeah, Florida's great, man. I really enjoy my visits down there. I'm going to the Cayman Islands prior to the Seminole Hard Rock stop, and just love any excuse to be down there in the heat and humidity, as Edgar is on the button with his last 5 blinds, moves in with deuces. We saw Attila make the call with Queen 8 earlier, getting about 2-1, a slightly worse price here with 7-4 suited. We'll see how optimistic he's feeling.
If he does make the call, he's actually a slight favorite.
Yeah, he's gonna love this. Seeing that he's up against deuces.
2 overcards. Very good. Hungary. Thank you, but now stay. Stop. It's enough.
Enough double ups. I say it same way.
We'll see if Attila continues his rampage through this final table. And the 4 in the window, another 4. Wow. Second one doesn't matter as much, but it gives him a redraw to a full house if Anders were to hit his 2. 3, not quite a 2. Anders is going to need a 2 to stay alive. He's got 2 outs going into the river.
13,000.
And that's going to do it.
On the river. We'll seal it up for Attila with the full house.
Well, nice run for Anders. He ran his short stack about as far as he could. Coming into the day, I'm sure he would have been very happy to be flipping with 6 players left. Didn't win the flip, but he ran up his stack as much as he was able to.
Okay. Iceman, good, huh? Good job, Iceman, huh? Iceman, good job, huh?
Small blind, isn't it?
Of course. Good job, Iceman.
We're down to 5 now. And there's the Hunger Games again.
Wait.
That's really cool. They should do that in all the tournaments. I'm sure it's not so cool when you get eliminated, but I think it's a nice touch.
Friend, my friend.
No, again I raise.
Wow.
No, not now. After.
Omar with the ace-5 of spades.
2 million, right?
Take down an easy one.
Don't call for nothing. Call.
We're going to see Omar open up his game here. I mean, he's already been making a lot of really astute bluffs. I expect we'll see that intensify now that we're down to 5. He has position on the other big stack. He's shown a willingness to go after the big stack, too. He hasn't been shy about raising the other big stack when the situation is appropriate. Fabian has locked up 5th place.
2.8.
Still in excellent position to get to 4th if he can outlast Edgar's here.
Check. Shoot.
Omar deciding what he wants to do with this hand. He has one of the worst hands in Hold'em, but we might see him raise anyway. There's a lot of pressure that he can apply. Expect we'll see a non-all-in raise from him. He does
exactly
raise
right.
barely more than the minimum. Fabian with King 5 might find the shove here. This is one of the hands that you shove against a frequent small blind raiser in these ICM spots.
Raise all in.
And
He
yes, he does.
Excellent shove by Fabian there.
Fold.
I thought he'd find that one. You see that one show up in the sims when you are facing a big stack who's going to be raising you out of the small blind with a whole bunch of hands. A lot of offsuit ace X, a lot of offsuit king X winds up shoving. Fabian's a very well-studied and ICM-aware player, despite making the bad fold with ace queen earlier. It turned out to be a bad fold. It could have easily been a good fold.
I'm still surprised he made that fold. I really thought it was pretty much an ideal run out for the ace queen. When we got that river, I was like, oh yeah, that's a great card for his ace queen.
There's really not many better rivers, right? Either the board pairs or a straight completes or the flush
Right.
comes in. Or so, I mean, I guess you just didn't expect the lead jam by the busted draw there, but that's how final tables are. Sometimes you just wind up folding to the pressure.
There were so many misdraws as well.
Fabian with queen 10 in the small blind. Might see him go all in with this one.
All in.
Looks like he did. And Joseph is going to have to fold this.
Fold. Please announce louder.
Yeah, sorry. We'll do that.
Okay, you have a new dealer, guys.
So our updated chip standings, we got Eggers at the back with 8, and then a couple of 18 and 15, and then the 2 chip leaders are really pulling away from the pack here. You don't usually see a distribution this skewed.
Really handcuffs Joseph, stuck in the middle there.
Oh yeah, he's under the tremendous amount of pressure. There's not a lot he can do. But he's been very patient so far, so he's played his stack correctly up till now. I expect he will continue to do so, but we'll see how it develops. Andres locked up a $40,000 payday of more than double 9th place after coming in with 5 big blinds. That's a pretty nice showing.
King Queen for Omar now on the cutoff.
725.
Joseph in the small blind with kings now. Not messing around, just straight up all in. And I think we'll see Omar get away from this one. He's aware that Joseph's been very tight. King Queen offsuit. Might be a little tougher if it was suited.
Fold.
I don't know. Show your card?
Why you show your cards?
Fold, fold, fold. Let's go.
They show after I told. No?
Omar fishing for info, but Joseph is not giving it to him.
I don't know.
It's not that hand, even if you show.
What you say?
It's not that hand. Even
Wise to not show anything. You don't want to give Omar any more information than you have to. He's very good at picking up on live reads and situations and things like this.
Wesh, wesh.
On fait doucement, bah. Pas de doucement. Allez.
Allez?
Ouais.
Okay.
You will see now.
Okay. Okay, bro.
Let's go. Let's gamble.
Yes, big blind.
Yeah.
Omar with Queen Jack now.
Doucement, doucement. Voilà, ça va. Maintenant, on doit...
He just have to contend with the big stack and the big blind, but he'll have position, and this is a pretty playable hand, so he's going to come in for a raise.
Fold.
Oh, what happened? Your friends?
No friend.
No friends.
No, it's not my friend. November, Mr. Show.
Yes.
Eggers is all in with the ace-7.
Why?
Correctly assuming that Omar is
I have
light
the best
here.
hand. I don't do that. I don't do if I have ace king, ace queen. I know, no slow roll.
I know.
No.
But it's not nice.
If I have the best hand, I don't do that. But no, thank you.
Eggers going to be a slight favor against Omar here.
Bye-bye. Hello. Hello, bye-bye.
Finish. It's time to go home. It's time. Oh.
Nice looking
Omar
flop for
needs a
Eggers and his
king.
a7.
King at 17,000. 17,000.
Never easy.
7, 2 pair.
Never
Doesn't really change anything though, still needs a king.
King, 17. How much you
No
have?
king for Omar. Eggers is going to double up.
1.5?
That's bad news for Fabian. I believe might be in last slightly now, but it's going to be quite close.
This is not his choice. Bro, his friend.
You're one of the short stacks at the final table. You're always anti-sweating the other short stacks. Those can be just as big a sweats as being in hands yourself sometimes.
Give me 1,000. How much you have? 1, 250, 350, 550, 1,600. Huh? Okay.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
No afraid.
Joseph now with a queen 10 of diamonds on the cutoff, but not interested in opening here, feeling quite handcuffed by his middling stack size. Edgar's
It's a
also
tough spot
folding
to
on the
play
button.
with that stack, and especially with the two big stacks in the blinds.
Yeah.
Joseph on the hijack, another hand that would normally be playable, but very tough to play here.
I think if we're folding queen 10 suited on the cutoff, certainly not opening 10-8 suited on the hijack.
Until on the button with a marginal hand, but he does have position.
See your stack. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Omar going to limp blind versus blind against Fabian with ace-4 suited.
Would have liked to see Omar shove that hand. I think it plays quite well as an all-in up against
Yeah,
Fabian's
agreed. I think I'm
stack
kind of
size.
surprised he didn't shove there. Fabian may have found the call with that one, but against most of his range, he's going to be folding.
Yavaş yavaş. Ha? Kardeşim yavaş yavaş. Yavaş. Yavaş yavaş. Yavaş. Slowly slowly. Yavaş yavaş.
There's no reason to play slow for Omar.
Fabian's been very concerned with the pay jumps, and rightly so, given his stack size. And yeah, 5-4 suited plays really well as an all-in there. If you get called by something like ace-queen, you still have 40%. Phil folds a cutoff with queen 9. And he could have raised with, but with Omar on the button, it's never easy. Omar's got jack 5. He's going to put in the raise. Big sizing again. And it looks like this is going to work.
Joseph with jack 6 in the big blind. Not very likely to take a flop here.
Always raising, always raising.
Not very well.
I think he just wants to talk for a minute.
Yeah, I got to get the comment in before you fold. He actually had the best hand, but very hard to continue with that, obviously.
We have soft stack behind you.
Next time. That's what they all say.
I know. It's your job.
My job too.
I'm not taking.
Sleep. If you feel your sleep, I have to.
Next time I'll reshove jack 6 off suit on you, just you wait.
Oh, yes, you have the right to do that. Next time, I have to.
Joseph has reshoved a few times at this final table, but he's mostly had kings.
Just poker.
That's poker.
Exactly.
to do that.
We will gamble soon.
يلا يلا حبيبي يلا.
We will gamble very soon.
يلا حبيبي. No, I'm afraid now.
No, you're not afraid. It's not to be afraid or not. But some of these chips may come here, sit here next to me.
I play my brother.
My brother. Now I sleep really.
Fabian. King Jack here will move all in up
On
against
the button, that's going to be a shove from Fabian.
Yeah.
Joseph not quite short, but sort of a medium stack and in the same territory as Fabian.
You understand?
Edgar's our shortest stack on the table now.
No, I translate what I'm saying.
The three short stacks are very concerned with their relative positioning against one another, so picking up a pot against them is actually more beneficial for him than picking it up against the big stacks would be.
It's nice to do pressure, but not every time. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Order for him 1 tea, please. 1 tea?
Huh?
You want to drink tea?
No, not yet.
Omar with Queen 10 here on the hijack. Does
Making
not
the
want
fold, doesn't want to play against the big stack.
Raise into the chip leader, exactly.
Doesn't really want to get shoved on by any of the short stacks either. And I expect we'll see Edgar's pass this one. He might try to limp, but no, he's just going to pass.
Calling out. Queen 10. Good, yeah? After.
Now
You can reach me, huh?
Now it seems you two are friends, and you two are friends, and I'm alone.
No friend me. No friend me. No friend.
Not a friend, no friend.
Okay.
I don't know his name. I don't know his
I'm
name.
alone, yes?
You are wrong.
No.
And alone.
Asman. Asman is alone, no? Asman is alone, no? No friend, Asman.
Good job.
Bring him a friend back. You want him back also?
I don't know him. I'm alone.
You
guys.
can raise me, no problem. I like I like when someone raise me.
Joseph will pass on a6 on the cutoff.
Need another blind versus blind battle. Omar showing a lot of willingness to raise limps. Tilla's not even going to try it this time. Didn't see what Omar showed, but it looked like a good hand. He folded King 9 out of the small blind. That is a very tight fold, but it turned out to be correct that time. He was up against jacks. Wow.
Yeah. For you.
Very, very tight fold from the chip leader there.
What do you want me to do? He made me short. He bluffed me short. Very good hand. I'm thinking after.
Aces for Joseph now.
See how he sizes his raise. 700,000, slightly more than the minimum.
Oh, and this could spell disaster for Edgar's. With just 10 blinds. Nowhere to go but all in.
I suspect, barring some sort of miracle, this will be the end of Edgar's. One of the worst spots you can get in and no hold him ace king against aces. You have a super premium hand and you still have about 13%. Very tough spot to be in. Very unfortunate as you even block an ace, but sometimes that's the way the cards are dealt.
More?
I like that Edgar's has put most of his stack in, but Joseph is still gonna act a
just
little
in case.
bit. Oh, wow, how much do you have behind there? I gotta think about this one. Let me put my hand on my head.
Can never be too careful. Although, if you could be too careful, this is probably one of the spots.
I'm gonna need a time
it's
extension
93.6,
for this one.
even worse than I thought.
On it.
Where's the name? Call. All in call.
I have to
Borderline
admit,
slow
when this
roll there
happens
from
to me in
Joseph.
real life, I
given the,
don't mind.
stack
But if I'm in
situation, but
Edgar's
they are
shoes,
playing for a
I
lot of
go
money, so you
put
want to
on
make sure that you.
Oscar-worthy performance before putting in my last 2 blinds with aces. I'm so pissed.
I'm trying to be charitable, but yeah, that was a little slow rolly.
Go to a
The
flop.
reason he
it's
puts in
ace.
almost all of his stack and not all of it is in case, you know, everybody goes all in behind him. He could make several
Right.
pay jumps by folding, but he's certainly not folding to one player. Edgars needs a jack or a 10 to keep hope alive here. That's a 4, and we are down to 4 players now. Fabian did manage to lock up 4th place with that fold.
What's your name? Huh?
So a nice run for Edgar's.
Yeah, he came in very short as well. Managed to get 5th place money and went out with ace king, so you can't really ask for too much more than that.
No more friend for him.
How many aces and ace king you get on this final table?
Cards. Top.
He put 2 million, no? How much he put? 2 million?
3. 10 bigs.
What do you think? He have 1 million behind.
To be sure.
No, no possible.
Yeah.
No possible.
Now this could get to be a very interesting final table as we get down to you know, 3 and 4 hand. If we can see Omar really open up his ranges and start putting on even more pressure than he has been.
Oh, la, la. Bollywood. Now I'm coming now.
Welcome, my friend. I'm waiting for you. You're coming to me on my blind now?
Of course, we play.
Yes. I know.
It's my friend.
So now Fabian is a short stack by a good margin. But if he doubles, he's right in the mix. Expect we'll see him go all in here with an ace.
You say me how much you have approximately?
Yes, of course. After the hand, of course I would.
The only thing he's done that really surprised me this final table is folding that ace queen. Other than that, he's played pretty strictly by the ranges. But that was a very interesting spot. It's not something that comes up very much when you're studying final tables. You know, the lead flop, check call turn, lead jam river line. You don't see that one so much. Shows the ace. I'll be happy to pick up a small pot there with ace 3.
Yeah,
I believe we have a break coming up in a couple minutes, and then the blinds will go up again to 400,000. But we've had 5 eliminations in the last 2 hours after 0 eliminations in the first 2 hours.
4.
I joined you at the right time then.
5, 7.
Yeah. Okay.
C'est 2-5, hein?
8. 9.
No,
9,250,000, guys.
I'm trying to count stacks. A little bit of unorthodox chips here with the plates and the 250,000.
5.5.
Me? Ça c'est on beer, dirt, on beer, on a dirt, on besh, on a day, on yede, on sekez.
Back with Fabian on the button.
This is 4-4-4.
10-8
Maybe
off.
thinking about trying to sneak one through here, but I expect he's going to fold this.
16-5.
Good.
So it's better for.
So Joseph has 9, Fabian has about 6, so he's behind, but he's not
You are my
too
friend.
far. He manages to steal a couple pots and survive a couple more orbits. He could easily get back to parity with Joseph here. Omar and Attila are way in the lead, though.
It's now or never.
No music là, là pour. Non?
Yeah, whatever. I don't hear. Yeah, already.
Already did.
King 9 on the cutoff, normally a hand you look to open, but going into the 2 big stacks, it might be a little tougher for him. It's like he's thinking about opening.
Yeah, he's undeterred.
Joseph right behind with 8s on the button. We'll see how he proceeds with this one.
Interesting spot.
A little bit of an awkward stack to shove.
Right. I think maybe 3-bet enough that you're committing Fabian, but leaving yourself room to fold if one of the bigger stacks comes over the top. What do you think?
That seems like a reasonable option. He might also go with the flat. I mean, he could also just go all in and assume that the big stacks aren't going to wake up with hands very often, but that's very tough if you run into something. He just folds.
Whoa. Whoa.
I did not think that was on the menu there, but Fabian gets a nice open through there. Playing off his image. It's not a terrible hand. I mean, you're opening king 9 offsuit on the cutoff most of the time, but into the 2 big stacks, it is a little bit tougher to open there.
Well, if you know the button's going to fold 8s to you, you can certainly open.
That definitely helps, yes.
Yeah.
The button's folding 8s, and you basically have to button yourself. And,
At some point,
yeah, I think if you want to be cautious there, then maybe calling is an option, although that does encourage squeezing from behind. So it is a difficult spot to navigate, but I do not expect to fold.
If you're getting final table stream information as one of Joseph's opponents, you know, you could really simplify your strategy to, if this guy is aggressive in a serious way, like, I'm just going to overfold everything from what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, Omar's certainly been stealing his blinds. Are we on break? Or are they just... No, not yet. Checking the deck. I think we're going on break in about 3 minutes here. Been an interesting final table so far. And now that we're four-handed, I expect it to get even more interesting. This is where some of the most creative play comes in, because you have to figure out a way to play so many hands, but there's so much ICM pressure.
And we've got 2 chip leaders that are willing to go a bit more out of bounds than some players. So that makes it extra tough if you're one of the shorter stacks to try and fight for pots.
Yeah, I expect Joseph's going to fold this one too. Maybe not, though.
Le break dans 1 minute. C'est le break.
I don't know. Not now.
I think I'd rather open fold these 5s than fold the 8s.
Agreed, yes. I think open folding the 5s is much more defensible than folding the 8s was.
Yeah. Attila just folding the button with ace-9. He's ready for that break.
He's scared of Omar, I think.
Omar with his 7-deuce is scared of everyone. So these guys
7
will
deuce
be on
is
a
not
break.
very good, and Fabian did jam on him with that king 5 earlier, so he didn't want to raise too wide. But yeah, 7 deuce is a reasonable fold there. So here's our updated chip stacks. Omar is actually in second by a decent margin now. He's got to be a little bit more careful than he was earlier. But Attila's got the chip lead, and yeah, pretty interesting distribution here. We'll see how it plays out when we get back in 15 minutes.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship, featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
We've seen so far. Anderson, the small blind now, Queen 2 offsuit. Has to decide whether to make his stand on this one. And it looks like he is going to do it. And he will actually be ahead against the 10-9 offsuit of Edgar's. Kind of surprised to see the ace-7 not raise the button there. Took me a second to even realize that's what happened. But we have an all-in confrontation. And Andres actually in a surprisingly good spot. It's about the best he can hope for. He's actually ahead. And if he doubles here, he'll have 1.1 million, which is slightly more than he started the day with. Decent start for Andres. Not much help for him, but doesn't hurt him either. 2 is slightly beneficial, but he still has to fade a 10 or a 9 to stay alive here. Most of the table is rooting for the 10 or the 9, but Andres hoping he holds here, and he does indeed hold with Queen 2. Throwing up a quick prayer there. And he will double to 1.1 million. Coming into the day very short. Just got to feel good. Kind of surprised to not see ace-7 open the button there. He is on a middling stack, so I understand why he wants to avoid risk, but both of the blinds had less than him. Joseph folding the ace-8 there, Andres with the 5-2 offsuit. Elon now on the hijack with Queen 10 suited. This one's going to be good enough to come in for a raise. Till on the cutoff 8-6 suited.
750.
Raised to 750.
Till is 3-betting. Putting a lot of pressure on here. Big stack on big stack with position. Now Barris with the best hand by far in the big blind, ace-queen offsuit. But he is facing a ton of action in front. He's trying to outlast the short stack still. We'll see if he pulls the trigger here. Easy for us to say that he should because we can see the hands, but from his perspective, he's trying to outlast a couple of their short stacks. might be up against some big hands here. We know that he is not, but it's hard for him to pull that. Attila's been pretty in line so far. This is the first time he's really tried to use his big stack to pressure anybody. He does pull the trigger. He is all in with ace-queen offsuit. A good shove. Very situationally aware from him. I expect we'll see the other two players fold.
$2,525,000.
Now, Attila actually does have about the right price to call with this exact hand matchup, but there's no way he can call with this hand. He's taking his time, so it's not too obvious that he was stepping out of line there. Barris takes a nice win there with no showdown, increasing his stack by almost 50%.
We will see.
See the WPT Global.
I will go with you. Okay, we go together.
In the dark or the next morning?
In the sea. Not in the dark. His ideas about.
Folds quickly around to Joseph, who folds ace-10 on the hijack. Actually, it might be a very disciplined fold there. He is facing the big stacks in the blinds and the two shortest stacks behind him. Probably just hoping to get out of the way and allow for some short stack collision there. I didn't really like his ace-7 fold on the button, but I actually do like his ace-10 fold on the hijack quite a bit more. Elon just going to limp out of the small blind here, hoping that Attila raises, so maybe he can re-raise. At 60 big blinds, especially at the final table, it's hard to play too many raises blind versus blind. You do wind up just limping a whole bunch. Unfortunately for Elon, Attila does not take the bait, so they're going to play a small pot here. No help for either player. Elon does have the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs. Attila, though, has the jack of clubs. Might be good enough to call one or perhaps raise the flop. Or he could fold. I couldn't really see him doing any of the three options here. In blind versus blind situations, it's important to find a way to play a lot of these kind of marginal backdoor combos. If you're folding hands like this too much, then you are going to be giving up too quickly. Attila does make the call here. He still has 24% equity even with no pair. 3 on the turn, that's going to help Elon, but he doesn't really know that. Being out of position with nothing but ace high here. He's hoping to reach showdown, but he's not hoping to play too big of a pot. Looks like he's thinking about betting again. I think I like his hand as a check call at this point. Attila does have quite a few. I mean, he has everything because he checked back in the big blinds. He could certainly have a 3. Another small bet from Milan. That's another totally reasonable option. Deny your opponent the free card without inflating the pot too much. And it's going to work for him. Looks relieved to win the pot there, and I would be too, to be honest with you. Even the small pots count quite a bit at these final tables. flip check and then min bet call and then hold on the turn. It's still a 1.3 million pot. They get quite big. You get this deep. It's a lot of starting stacks. For him.
I did.
Maybe unsure of where the action was.
Bir çay da ben alabilir miyim?
Andres picks up a nice one on the button, a pair of sevens. Very happy to go all in with that hand. Elon making sure of the exact count. Elon's got a pretty garbage hand here, but he is getting over 2-1. Trying to figure out if he has to call with this. He does make the call. He's going to be way behind with 8-5 offsuit. Figured he had to call. I mean, he has about the right price, actually. It's not too far off. He was getting a little bit over 2-1, and he has 30%. 29%. Andres is going to be at risk. Got 8 players at the table rooting for an 8 here. Andres is hoping to hold with his 7s. Whenever you're the short stack at the final table, you have to deal with the fact that the entire table is anti-sweating you every time you're all in. Except maybe the big stacks. I guess the big stacks don't mind him staying alive, so they can put more pressure on the medium stacks. A 9 on the turn, so Elon is going to need an 8 or a 9 here to win this hand. 9 would be a very frustrating way for Andres to go out. And as a king, Andres is going to double again. Staying alive. Andres playing his short stack nicely here, being very patient, getting rewarded for it. All right, we are back in action, folks. 4 players remaining.
Good luck to all.
Now it's a new game. $1 million.
Oh. Raise 1 million.
It's a new game.
Oh.
Des fois j'ai quelque chose, hein. Des fois j'ai rien, des fois j'ai.
Omar with a king nine of spades on the button. We'll take that one down. These guys have spread out a little bit at our final table now.
It's one of the luxuries of making it four-handed. You get to finally
Can we know the stacks,
have a bit of
please?
room.
Floor, please.
Can I know the stacks?
Stacks off.
Of all?
4 and 4, please.
Stacks. The stacks.
Stacks.
Okay, Mr. 24 million 300.
How much?
15 7, 6 4, and 9 10.
Thank you.
9
How much you?
6-4.
6-4 and 9.
6-2, I believe.
Fold, fold. Cool.
Joseph in the small blind here with Jack 10 suited, a very reasonable hand. Oh, Attila in the big one with aces. Wow.
What is the sizing you use to try and keep Joseph involved here?
Raise 1.1.
You don't want to make it too much or you're going to scare Joseph away.
I like
a little
the
under
smaller
3x.
sizes
Yeah, I was going to say about
chose
3x or slightly less.
Yeah.
Cool.
Joseph will take him up on it.
Heads up.
And a dangerous flop for Joseph.
Check.
Top pair, 3 to a straight on 10-9 use, 2 hearts.
Yeah, he might be in a lot of trouble here. It's got to be tempting, especially against the big stack, to check raise here with top pair, and the hand's likely going to get worse as the streets go on. Attila's shown a variety, or a tendency to raise the wide variety of hands. We'll see how Joseph proceeds here.
Cool.
Just gonna call. No. Jack on the turn for Joseph gives him top 2 on a very wet board.
Check. Check.
That's the card he wanted. Now, if we see another bet from Attila, I expect we'll see Joseph move all in.
I think so.
Check.
Check behind. And a 7
Wow,
on
prudent
the
check from
river.
Attila is going to save him a lot of money here.
Yeah. Will make it harder for Joseph to get paid off to a meaningful amount as there's a 4 straight on the board. He checks.
They both check the
think
river.
Joseph should probably be leading the river, yes?
I would imagine so. Perhaps he was thinking Attila would bluff. Attila has shown a tendency to bluff quite a bit, so I don't hate it, but I think that I would like a small lead at least.
You didn't say all in.
You fold all in.
Not nice if you say all in on the river.
Okay, nice pickup for Joseph there. He avoided disaster. He didn't win as big of a pot as he could have, but could have easily lost quite a bit on that hand as well if it ran out a little differently. Prudent couple of checks from Attila.
Fold. Raise 800,000. Fold.
Joseph.
Omar with Jack 10 in the big blind. I expect we will see him take a flop.
Look at that. Omar
Raise 2.8 million.
just ripping it in on Joseph. Putting
Wow.
him to the test here, and
This is the exact type of hand you would normally expect to see a call with. It flops very
Yes.
well. It doesn't 3-up particularly well, but Omar is flipping the script on us here.
to 2.8 million with the 3-bet out of a big blind.
Now, Joseph's kind of faced with an all-in or fold type of situation here. It's very hard for him to just call, see a flop. His hand is likely only going to get worse if he does see a flop. Might see him go all in, though. Omar has been putting on quite a bit of pressure with a wide variety of hands. Omar's an ideal player to 4-bet shove the 7s against, especially from these positions.
Next time.
Next time, he says.
He says that every
I think
time.
he
Next
folded
time.
face up.
You shouldn't fold face up. If you're going to fold, that's
No.
one thing. But you definitely should not fold face up.
Really inviting Omar to keep robbing you if you fold 7s there face up.
Yeah, it's one thing to make a tight fold. It's quite another to show your opponent that you made that fold.
How many blind? How many blind? 12?
4, 5, 2, 5.5 behind.
13?
5.5.
Huh?
Plus this. 6 million.
Oh.
Omar's been very talkative, but didn't say a word after he got showed that fold. Doesn't want to clue his opponent into how tight of a fold that is.
Raise 1 million. Oh. Oh.
Four-handed, the action's going to intensify. We're see Fabian try to outlast Joseph, especially because Joseph's been playing so tight. And Fabian can pick up a couple of small pots here. He might be able to pull it off. Fabian's also going to have a lot of opportunities to rejam wide over the opens from Attila and Omar.
Fold. Fold.
Seven five offsuit in the small blind. I expect we'd normally see a fold from him here, but he might actually try to do something because Joseph's been playing so tight. He does make the call.
Joseph with the 9-4 of hearts. Hopes to take a free flop. And on Jack 5 deuce, it is Fabian.
Fabian's got the best hand. I expect we'll see him c-bet. I think Joseph's been very tight, so you don't expect him to play back at you too much with raises or anything that's going to put you in a tough spot here.
Bet. 500,000.
We do see a bet from Fabian on the turn.
Oh.
He's actually even further ahead on the turn. He'll take that one down.
When 2005? 2005?
Other than that ace-queen fold, Fabian's played this final table very well, finding the right spots to steal, being very patient in the right spots. He found that king-6 rejam against the small blind raise from Omar, which I liked a lot.
No problem.
Raise 1.1.
King Queen of Diamonds for Omar on the cutoff. He'll go to 1-1.
Oh.
Big raise from Omar here. Trying to force the big blind to play a larger pot out of position. Attila with king-7, going to be in bad shape here if he does call.
I think for some min raise, we would definitely see him call. Against this larger sizing, it becomes awkward, and so Attila elects to fold and avoids that dominated situation.
Yeah, it actually backfired on Omar there. He would have preferred to play a hand against, in position against king-7 offsuit. That's a fantastic spot to be in when you have king-queen suited.
Queen suited.
You want everything for you, yes, everything.
Blah, 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 blah.
Omar.
Can't really complain about your opponent raising too much if you're going to be folding, top 10% hands face up.
Jack 9 on the cutoff for Fabian.
Fold.
Worst jack for Joseph on the button. Leads to a fold as well, and Attila in the small blind will complete with 10-5. But Omar in the big blind finds an ace queen to make it 1.6 and quickly take this pot.
No, something.
Omar chipping up.
You don't show not good hand, huh?
Expect to see him use his hand reading and situational skills to great effect now that we're forehanded.
Makes sense.
So next time you don't have cards. Good cards.
You know.
You know.
You only get so many next times.
Joseph on the cutoff with a 10-9 here. Not interested. Attila on the button with Jack 3 of spades might be.
Yeah, with the big stack, this seems like a pretty reasonable hand to open the button with.
Fold.
He does not this time, though.
Raise players all in.
Omar has that effect on people, though. You don't want to play so many hands against him, even hands that you probably should play. You never know when he's just going to stick in a giant 3-bet with Queen 6 or whatever. These players are playing for nearly $200,000. Nice big field in this one. We had almost 1,400 players. Be coming back here in August for the big WPT. This is the WPT Prime, which is a $1,100 main event. I believe the bigger one is a 5K main event. Attila now on the cutoff with ace queen suited.
Raise 900. Raise 4 million.
Ooh,
Look at this
Omar with ace
Omar
king
right
right
behind.
behind. This could 4 million. That is an
Oh my
enormous
goodness.
3-bet.
I expected
He did it
something in the
very
territory
quickly
of
as well.
2.5 to 3 million. And now Joseph with ace 10 is contemplating this.
I would imagine Joseph finds the fold. He's been thinking about a lot of these spots that he winds up folding in.
Well, he did say next time a lot, so was it the next
Yeah,
time? No.
eventually it will be next time, but not yet apparently. And Omar with a very fast 3-bet. That's kind of his style, though.
Yeah.
He acts very quickly in a lot of these spots.
And Attila gonna make the call.
Very hard to get away from this hand. At least pre-flop. We'll see what happens
Yeah.
post-flop.
Such a weird spot when Omar makes the massive 3-bet size. But I do think ace queen suited needs to at least get to the flop, and so that's what Attila will do in bad shape, as it is a king 9-5 rainbow with a club. Beautiful start for Omar.
Good news for Attila is he might be able to get away from this one relatively cheaply, although he does have the backdoor flush draw.
Right.
And ace queen is going to be ahead of a good deal of Omar's range.
Look at this. He's gonna lead out. And Omar meets him with the snap call.
That's the fastest call I've ever seen in a final table.
I said 4-5. Okay.
Oh, he said 4-5. He snap raised him.
Oh, he raised him.
Interesting. What will Attila do? Facing this raise on the flop, he really just has backdoor hopes of a hand here. Omar keeping it lively during the hand, moving around, talking a lot, checking his cards, but that will eventually drive out Attila. Brian, what's your feeling between raising and calling in such an unusual spot on the flop there? Not often we get led into.
I would mostly just be calling. I think it's a very safe board. But, with Omar's style, it's always, you can always talk yourself into thinking he has a bluff. So I guess for him, it makes a little more sense to raise. For me, I would just be calling there.
That was my instinct as well. I think when we're in such good shape, if our opponent wants to hang himself, we just go ahead and let him.
Very unorthodox lead from the ace-queen as well. Ace-queen is sort of like the perfect hand to try to reach showdown with there. You're not really going to fold out better. You're not going to get called by worse. I would have looked to maybe check call the ace queen, depending on the sizing. I wouldn't really expect the lead.
He's busy pushing the stack.
And Omar's, I think he's opened up a reasonable sized chip lead after that hand. Might be close. I don't know exactly how much he has.
I think it's his 24 million to Attila's 16. So
and Omar has direct position on him too, so that's gonna be a tough spot for Attila here.
400, 400,
also has the nice seat where he can jam into the two short stacks or jam blind versus blind a lot and force them to overfold.
Done a good job of recovering after that ace queen fold. He's right in the mix here, four-handed. He's only slightly behind Joseph. Attila now in the small blind with a playable hand, but facing Omar's relentless aggression out of the big. Being out of position against Omar as a second stack against his big stack is a tough spot to play, to say the least. Does make the call, which is to be expected with this hand. Omar with a nice hand in the big blind might put in a raise here.
Both players connect on King 10-9.
Attila with bottom pair. He's got some stuff going on here, but Omar has top two.
Attila, preferring the aggressive route, leads 500,000 into Omar. You know, I wonder, Brian, if Omar continues to fast play his quality hands and he does it with that sort of aggressive demeanor of his, does Attila ever dive in too deep with a hand like a 9-7 suited here? We'll see.
I mean, it's certainly possible. Before you got here, Attila wound up, he called a 3-bet with 10-8 suited under the gun versus small blind, and then he shoved over a flop bet on 10-7-7, wound up cracking aces.
Whoa.
He certainly showed a tendency to overplay his hands. Unfortunately for Omar, this turn is going to shut down the action pretty well, I think.
Okay. Yeah, 500,000.
Omar going for some thin value here, 500,000. Trying to get a call from the bottom pair with the gut shot to the 8. Technically, both players have a gut shot to a queen, but that would just result in the split pot most of the time.
Nice small bet from Omar that's induced some action here.
And Attila will stick around. So we go to a river, and it's another 9. Attila making trips. But on the
that's a
4
rough
straight
spot
board.
for Omar. Way ahead on the turn. Attila drawing a 9 or an 8. We'll see if Attila does one of his leads here. Be sick if Attila led here and Omar turned his hand into a bluff and raised him, but it's probably too much to hope for.
Check from Attila.
Would assume Omar just checks here, but he might go for thin value.
Check, showdown, please.
Also checks. And conceals his disgust with that run out.
Tough run out for Omar there. He was in great shape.
Thank you.
Go check. Go check.
Good.
Check.
Good check. Oh, maybe he fold, no? No, he fold.
No.
Oh, if you don't smile,
Omar's still in great shape. He's got a nice lead and direct position on the second stack. Fabian bringing up the rear, but Joseph only has 19 big blinds, and Joseph has been playing very tight, so Fabian might be able to outlast him. See the pay jumps here? Kind of top heavy. It makes it a little more interesting as we get deep here. Till on the button with 6-4. Omar is the type of player who's likely going to 3-bet out of the small blind pretty often here.
Attila will pass on that 6-4.
Omar, Queen 10. Goes ahead and shoves on Fabian here, looks like. Or did he raise an all-in? I didn't see.
Certainly put most of his stack at risk if it wasn't an all-in. Getting a little reckless with the cards there. Some chance of flashing Fabian.
Fabian with King Jack is going to make the call. He's at risk. Omar is behind, but not too far behind.
King Jack, I got Queen 10. Yeah, King Jack.
Tamam. No? Because you're mecbur. Tamam.
All right, we go to a flop. And
Jack,
Jack.
that's good for Fabian.
It's Fabian in very good shape. Omar drawing to a queen or a running straight. Is a 9 of diamonds though. Neither player holding a diamond, and so Omar now flush with outs, looking for a king, queen, or 8 on the river to eliminate Fabian. Oh, it's a queen of diamonds, and Omar.
Fabian's going to finish 4th. Nice run out for Omar.
It's okay? I like when you smile. Voilà. 10 dames, petite dame, je vais taper.
We're down to 3 players.
Vas-y, Gabriel.
Omar opening up a relentless chip lead now.
Allez, les gars, regarde.
Well,
Fabian did manage to get to
eliminated fourth place for $70,000. Certainly a sliding doors moment to think about how this could have gone if he had called with the ace queen on the river up against that river bluff.
That was a sick hand, yeah. Going to be haunting him for a while, but he plays a lot, so he'll have an opportunity to redeem himself soon enough. Very good EPT drag, Fabian. Omar now with over half the chips and position on the second place player. We'll see if he manages to run away with this thing.
27, 28. Ouais. 29. Presque 30.
Now there's Fabian eliminated up on the wall.
Eliminated.
Black and white photo and the blood red letters. Hardcore.
Really rubs it in. But he did make it to 4th place, which is a pretty good showing after that ace-queen fold. He managed to ladder up 3 more times, so he did what he was looking to do. But I'm sure he would have liked to have a big stack at this table.
6.
Fabian out on the cutoff. And Omar with an easy fold. So Joseph takes his blind and ante back.
Kind of surprised Omar folded any hand to Joseph, although I guess you can fold the very worst hands there.
19, 29.
There's no small blind to steal that time.
That's it.
We'll see what strategic adjustments Omar makes. I think he's very, definitely the type of player to do quite well in these 3-handed spots with the big stack. Keeping up that relentless aggression that we've seen from him the whole time.
Joseph with ace-6 in the small blind on 19 blinds. It's just going to move it in here. Feeling more bold now that there's just 3 of them and less short stacks, no short stacks to outlast.
Yeah, a lot less downside for him now. He can just play a little more straightforwardly. He's going to have to chip up to outlast either of these 2 players, and this seems like a good spot to just go all in with an ace.
7. 7. 7?
Attila with king 2, can't really think about making the call with this one.
I think that would be very ambitious, and he probably asked for a count
7 million.
more so he knows what Joseph has going forward. I can't imagine Attila really wants to call here.
Joseph would definitely be the wrong player to make a light call against too, I think. Although he is opening up his range a bit more now that we're 3-handed.
Absolutely. Well, Attila does fold the king deuce there.
Every hand's a sweat this deep. Even just stealing the blinds there is a 1,000,000 chip gain.
Any ICM? You need to see the ICM if it's possible. Yes?
I think
You want to see it?
Joseph asking to see the ICM at this stage in the tournament. I believe he's asking to see what the payouts would be if they made a deal based on ICM. And
I don't think Omar's agreeing to any deals.
I was gonna say I don't think he's gonna find his opponents very receptive. He just moves in on the button with King Jack for 21 blinds. Seems a little heavy
Omar
there.
snap
And
calls the
Omar
ace
wakes
queen.
up
We
with
might be
ace
heads up
queen.
here if this holds up.
Come on, give me the chance. This time. This time.
He's not getting that deal now, Brian.
The same, no change. Autozike. 15 autozike. After autozike.
Give me the king.
King, good luck. Ace,
No.
good.
Queen in the window.
No,
Oh,
come
2
on.
queens.
No talk.
And Omar's gonna have the overwhelming chip lead going into heads up here, barring a
Yeah.
miracle. He needs exactly a 10 and a 9 or running kings.
He's not gonna
That's
do
a
it.
three.
The 3. Joseph eliminated.
That was a good run for him. He managed to run his short stack up about as far as he could. But unfortunately for him, he ran into the ace queen of Omar there. And we are down to heads up now. These two were the first and second stacks going into the final table, so not too surprising to see them get heads up, although they took a bit of a roundabout way to get here. Joseph's going to take $93,000 for third place. A very nice showing for him. He came in, was one of the short to medium stacks. Played very cautiously, managed to get rewarded for third place with for his efforts.
From what I understand, we will have a short break prior to heads up. And we'll return
That's
to
generally
see
the
who will
protocol
be
here.
our
So
WPT
yeah, we'll have a short break.
Prime
We'll be back in
Cyprus
maybe
Champion.
15 or 10 minutes or something like that. But yeah, Omar's going to be going in with about a 2-1 lead, and we'll see how the heads up goes. There's no ICM pressure to be applied. It's straight up chip EV now. It's just winner's going to get the first place and second's going to get the second place. So the incentives are very different in heads up, but it's an interesting game. You have to play almost every hand, so we'll see how these two handle it.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Bir çay da ben alabilir miyim?
Andres picks up a nice one on the button, a pair of sevens. Very happy to go all in with that hand. Elon making sure of the exact count. Elon's got a pretty garbage hand here, but he is getting over 2-1. Trying to figure out if he has to call with this. He does make the call. He's going to be way behind with 8-5 offsuit. Figured he had to call. I mean, he has about the right price, actually. It's not too far off. He was getting a little bit over 2-1, and he has 30%. 29%. Andres is going to be at risk. Got 8 players at the table rooting for an 8 here. Andres is hoping to hold with his 7s. Whenever you're the short stack at the final table, you have to deal with the fact that the entire table is anti-sweating you every time you're all in. Except maybe the big stacks. I guess the big stacks don't mind him staying alive, so they can put more pressure on the medium stacks. A 9 on the turn, so Elon is going to need an 8 or a 9 here to win this hand. 9 would be a very frustrating way for Andres to go out. And as a king, Andres is going to double again. Staying alive. Andres playing his short stack nicely here, being very patient, getting rewarded for it. Let's see, updated chip count here. Edgar's and Andres are about even at the bottom now. There's a lot of stacks in at a final table anyway. If you get check raised on the flop, it becomes very difficult. You have a backdoor flush draw, you have an overcard. You can't really fold to a check raise, but you certainly don't want to be playing a check raised pot there. Edgar's on the button with Jack-10 offsuit. He is a short stack and he has about 5 big blinds. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do much better than this. But it's not an amazing hand or anything. He does go all in or makes it 900,000. Oh, he's going to run into ace-jack suited from Elon in the small blind though. We may see our first elimination this hand. Edgar's is going to be about 28% to win. Alon deciding whether to call or re-raise. He makes the call. They're not quite all in yet. There's still 100,000 left behind, but 27% owns off. I think I would know these things by now. Does not help Edgar's. It looks good for him top pair, but unfortunately for him, he is way behind against Ace Jack. He does not have a spade. He needs a 10 to stay alive here, or else he will be down to 8 players. Andres is sitting there praying for no 10.
Biz olmayan şekilde.
Edgar's did what he could at this final table. I don't think he really could have done anything different. Oh, there's the 10. Andres is not happy about that. So it looked like he was about to ladder, but unfortunately for him, he's back in last. And Edgar just doubles up to 12 big blinds now.
Only me, I'm happy. Only me. Only me. Là, je fais le tapis, normal.
Andres might have been rooting for that even harder than Elon was. And Omar not looking to play too many hands from under the gun one here. Edgar's in the small blind with ace-4 suited. He is going to be ahead, but not an easy spot to continue. And Elon in the big blind picks up aces. This is what he's been waiting for. Elon came in roughly tied for top 3. He's chipped down a little bit, had a couple unfortunate spots. And now he's got aces. He's gonna have to decide how big he wants to make it here. He 3-bets to 1.25.
Phone. When you have finished, please hang up.
And Andres might take a flop here. He's got a hand that is playable, but he is up against aces. All right, we're going to the flop. Elon's about a 4-1 favorite, but 10-8 suited can very much crack aces. We'll see what happens on the flop here. Flop comes 10 high. That's actually quite good for Elon. He's way ahead here, and his opponent has enough to continue. Attila does have some backdoors, so he's still got 15%, but he needs 2 outs to make a full house. His 8 is no good. Pot's already quite big. Attila goes all in on the flop. Wow. I can't see Elon folding. He's only losing to a 7. Yvonne does. He's deciding whether to make the call.
Pocket 10, pocket king, pocket queen, pocket jack.
Attila's likely going to find himself in a lot of trouble here.
Bluff, crazy bluff.
This looks a lot like pocket jacks or something like this. Yvonne is at risk at a final table, so he's going to think about it a bit.
Yeah, unbelievable. One hand beats me. Pocket 10, that's it. Only one hand beats me. Pocket kings you have, pocket queens, pocket jacks. Three hands like this.
If Yvonne does make the call, he will be an 85% favorite here. And he might be one of the chip leaders. He might actually, yeah, I think he's going to be about tied with Omar if he calls and holds up here.
Even if you have pocket tens, I get the ace on the river. Sheesh.
Yvonne's largest cash coming into this is 4,000, so he's already locked up his biggest cash.
I have 2 minutes, all finished.
If he calls and loses here, there's a lot of shorter stacks. Even so, aces. Yvonne does make the call. He saw the first 10, and I think he thought he was up against pocket 10s. But no, he's up against 10-8, so Yvonne is an 85% favorite here. Attila's going to need some backdoors or a 10.
Deuce 5.
Of course.
Turns a 5, no help. Attila's going to need a 10 exactly to win this hand. Oh, wow! Wow! That is a sick run out. My goodness. Attila overplayed his hand quite a bit there and got very lucky on the river. All the short stacks are thanking their lucky stars that they made a pay jump there. An incredible run out.
Unlucky doesn't define.
Oğuz'u düşünemiyorum şu an.
No, man. Don't tell him about this.
I was considering making a joke about the contested 25 chip there. Attila has shown a lot of willingness to limp at this final table, despite having chip lead for most of it.
700.
Coming in for a raise this time. Ooh, but he's going to run into the ace-queen suited in the big blind from Barris. I would imagine the money's going in here. Attila's only got to put in about another 800,000 to call here. Getting over 3-1. He's about a 2-1 dog.
$1,400,000, $1,500,000. $1,500,000. Atayım bilemedim, o kadar kötü ki elim. Ben atayım şimdi. Benim elim bayağı iyi.
If he's up against a pair, he's crushed, but if he's up against an unpaired hand like this, he is live, and he does make the call.
Burada bile flip atmıştı.
So Attila's going to need a 6 or a 3 to eliminate another player here. Barris just needs to hold with his ace-queen suited. Off comes a 3. Attila's in the lead. Harris does have a backdoor flush draw and a few different ways to win the hand, though. That's a club, jack of clubs. There's Varus a lot more outs. He needs a jack or a club or an ace or a queen to stay alive here.
Easy. Very easy. I know.
3 on the river. That's going to eliminate another player. And Attila is raising this final table.
Can I know the stack?
We're back for the heads-up match here. Trophy and for about $70,000 difference between first and second.
You have 38, 325.
Omar, chip leader, coming with about a 2-1 lead over Attila.
38 million, 325, 17 million, 200,000.
I believe Omar's
I don't know.
tournament experience as well, so we'll see how this heads-up match goes.
I don't know about you, Brian, but I expect that chips will fly in this heads-up match. You know, you see some guys get heads up, they start limping, checking down a lot. There's wide ranges, they work to showdown. These two strike me as more willing to battle back and forth pre-flop and on the flop.
Yeah, this one might be over surprisingly quickly. Heads up can take a long time or a short time, depending on how the cards are dealt, but these two definitely seem like battlers. We may see Omar take a little bit more of a lower variance approach than usual if he thinks he has an edge. We're going to have to see how this plays out. Like I was saying before the break, the incentives around heads up are very different from the rest of the final table. Normally you're trying to pressure people, you're trying to make pay jumps. At this point, it's just about winning all the chips, so it's a dramatic and quick switch. Oh, wow.
Did we hear that right? There was an all-in?
On the first hand, huh? It looks like one of the players is going to be taking a high variance approach at least.
Yeah, could be over quickly.
Didn't see the cards, but I don't know what hand would really want to do that. Maybe like a medium to low pocket pair or something.
Maybe I don't know, an ace queen, something like that.
Well, if I'm Omar and I see that, I'm going to try to take the lowest variance approach possible, limp every hand, you know, play small pots as much as I can and try to just catch my opponent making a mistake. Attila folding the button with 8-5, not a very good hand, but heads up, you do have to find a way to play almost all of your hands.
Right.
You don't want to do a lot of folding.
With the big blind ante format, you're receiving just such a good price.
Oh yeah, that's true. The antes are much bigger in this format than they are in online heads up. That's true. I didn't even think of that.
Small blind, big blind.
Well, yeah, if I'm Omar and I see those two hands, especially in quick succession, I am looking to extend this match as long as I possibly can and just hope my opponent folds too many buttons and lets me just win a lot of low variance pots. We do see Omar come in for the limp again. At this stack depth 40 big blinds, you can do either. You can limp, you can raise. But Omar's opting to limp his hand so far, trying to keep the pot small.
Neither player connects on king 3 deuce. Attila, the backdoor flush and straight draw, about all anyone has. So bet a 400,000 will take it down.
But this shit for the dealer no good. Clear, no? For the dealer no good.
If you help me, it's fine.
Can I? No?
So Attila leading out of the big blind that hand, which is not something you see so much heads up, but we have seen a more willingness to lead from him in a lot of different spots.
Is it okay like this?
If I put there for you.
Is it okay that way?
You know, Omar's been in this spot many times before. He knows how to navigate heads up. He knows how to navigate tournaments in general. So as an experienced player, I'd expect to see him just try to grind him out in a lot of small pots and catch him slipping in a big one.
We saw Attila fold 8-5 offsuit. What will he do with 10-5?
8-5 is arguably a little better than 10-5 because you have some straight potential, but they're both pretty bad.
One more fold.
Good.
Whenever I get heads up, that's the first thing I look for is my opponent going to fold too much? Because once you see that, you want to take a very low variance approach. Try to just grind them out as much as you can.
Stacks right around where we started in this heads-up match, but certainly looks promising for Omar right now if his opponent is both going to overfold and commit 40 blinds pre with no raise. Omar finds himself in a good situation.
That is a great combo for you to see if you're Omar. And heads up is really hard to play, to be fair. If we're being critical of somebody's strategy, it's not easy at all to play heads up.
It's also
you have to figure out a way to play every hand.
Yeah. Tournament players don't spend a lot of time focusing on because it's so rare you find yourself heads up. So it's totally normal for players to get to this stage of the tournament and they're unfamiliar with how to navigate it.
Yeah, it's unlike really anything else that you face in tournament poker. You're mostly playing full ring at varying levels of ICM pressure, and then as soon as you get to heads up, it just completely switches. It's almost a completely different game.
Here, both players with nice hands. Attila makes the call of Omar's min raise with Queen Jack. Omar with King 8 of hearts.
So Omar did opt to raise that one. He's limped all the other hands, but this hand is a good deal better than normal. Pretty good flop for both players. Omar second pair, Attila third pair with a gut shot.
Omar starts the betting at 6.
Attila certainly has to at least call this one. He may decide to raise it.
Going with the call. Harmless deuce of spades on the turn.
Doesn't change much.
Omar, confident enough in his hand to continue value betting. Goes for 1.1 million.
Nice bet from him.
And I think in Attila's shoes, getting a 4-to-1 price, can't fold a pair in a gut shot. He will make the call, and we go to a river. Four
River doesn't
spades
change anything.
on the river. Now we would expect things to go check, check, as it does create a possible backdoor flush, and neither player's hand is really worth a third street of value. Oh no, Attila's gonna lead out for 2 million. Interesting.
Very interesting. We've seen a lot of strange leads from Attila, so we'll see if Omar finds the call here.
2 million?
2 million.
Omar doesn't seem that convinced. Makes the call, and he's gonna like the result.
Nice call from Omar there. Kind of a disastrous lead from Attila if he's getting called by basically the hand that's one notch above his hand. Unless he was going for value there. If he can't make Omar fold a mediocre king, he's not really going to make him fold anything better.
That's exactly right. So Omar winning the maximum there. All 3 streets.
Very nice start to this match for Omar, both on a meta level and on a chip level. Omar's got to be feeling very confident here. He hasn't locked it up yet, but he's off to a good start.
Okay.
Till with the queen jack once more. Starts with a call. Omar will check with the 9 of clubs and a mystery card. Decent flop for Attila's queen jack. Got shot to the nuts and 2 overcards.
I'm not sure what Omar has. He might have top pair. He might have a draw. He might just have nothing.
Snap fold from Omar facing potential bet.
Looks like it was nothing that time.
Felt.
No ante, hein? Heads up, no ante? Hein? Ante. Ante ou no ante? Hein? Ante. That's okay. Okay, next.
Omar opening for $1 million. Attila with king 8 in the big blind. It's a
Omar
solid
seems to have got a
hand to
little
see
sloppy
flop.
here with his putting his cards over the reader.
Yeah. Attila definitely seems uncomfortable. Heads up, you know, king 8. Certainly a hand worth going to a flop in this format.
Yeah, heads up's a tough game, but the worst thing you can do is overfold. As long as you don't fold too much, you can give yourself a chance. But if you fold too much, you're gonna get ground down. That was a pretty small raise too. It was only 2.5x, right?
Right. Attila with a junky 5 deuce here. We've seen him fold most of his worst hands on the button. Is he running out of patience? He ports
Well, if he's gonna
on
fold the other 2, he should certainly be folding this one.
He's gonna try and sneak in here. Omar with the 7s. It's a shove.
Kind of surprising to see Omar shove there. I thought he'd take a little more. I mean, it's a fine hand to shove with, but
30 blinds is a lot.
I would try.
Attila with yet another garbage hand. This time facing a limp. It's especially hard to win heads up if you overfold and your card dead.
That's a tough one, yeah. Double whammy there.
Yeah. On Queen Jack 10, better looking flop for Omar's King 6. Till it does have a gut shot, but it would give Omar the over straight.
$525. $525.
525.
Good. 25. 25.
And it is Broadway on the turn for Omar.
If Attila tries to bluff here, he's going to find himself in a lot of trouble.
Small bet from Omar, just $500,000.
Trying to keep his opponent around.
Now, I don't think Attila is about to make a play at this pot, but Omar's certainly given him some rope here.
Looks like he's going to do something.
He's going to call. That is perplexing.
He must plan on leading the river. I don't see how else this makes any sense.
Right. We have seen Attila
We have
make
seen
that
him do
play.
this before, where he calls the turn and then leads the river, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to work this time.
No.
This is the thing about heads up. You know, you have to play all these marginal hands, and it's unlikely your opponent actually has the straight here. He's going to have so many other hands, but it's key to not panic, not do anything drastic.
It's just going
He
to
does
check.
the river.
Huh.
Now he's going to have to check raise if he wants to steal it.
Now Omar has the nuts. It's just a question of how much does he bet. Well, he's building a collection of chips and blocks here. Keeps adding to it and eventually slides it in the middle. I don't know what that is. 3.2 million apparently.
It's about pot. So he's hoping to get a crying call from two pair or something, but I don't see how Attila can possibly try to do anything against this sizing.
He doesn't even know. He's like, how much?
Doesn't really matter how much it is. I guess if it's small, you could try to check raise, but you certainly can't do much against this sizing. It's polarized. He either has a bluff or he has it, and you don't even beat a bluff.
I'll say this, I'm not a master of live tells or anything, but I do feel like anytime my opponent has bet a large amount and they don't even know how much it is, they don't seem to care how much it is, I'm like, this guy just has it. Attila lets it go.
Yeah, Omar can be frustrating to play against, with his quick actions and his mannerisms and stuff. You can convince yourself you're getting run over, but that time you just had it.
That was my impression when I first played with him. I was like, is this dude just trying to battle for every single pot? It's been all one-way traffic in this heads-up match. Omar with better hands came in with the larger stack. Run-outs are favoring him.
The thing about heads up, you're going to get a lot of pulled runs of cards. The key is to limit your losses while still finding a way to play the hands you're supposed to play. It can be a very tough balance to strike.
Attila will just fold 7-3 offsuit. Omar takes another walk.
That's a hand you can fold 7-3 offsuit.
Yeah.
You're only supposed to fold the bottom 5% or so, but that one is in there.
Can I have a change? Yeah, I change this.
Not surprising to see Omar on this spot. I think he played this whole final table very well, found the right spots to bluff, found the right spots to pass on. He's done very well this final table, and he's put himself in a great position here, heads up. Omar with 4-3 on the button will complete.
Maybe blind, no?
Not a pretty hand, but it is one you're supposed to complete with.
Huh? You didn't want
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Attila will check with his 10-4 of clubs. And it is 8-7-7 2 clubs, so a good looking board for Attila, not much there for Omar. But he'll fire out 400. This would be a pretty nice spot for Attila to check raise.
He's going to be way ahead either way. But this is a nice hand to check raise with indeed. He's got a backdoor straight draw, he's got an overcard, he's got a flush draw. Looks like he just made the call this time. Club on the turn, that's going to give Attila the flush. We'll see if Omar shuts down or if he keeps the pressure on. Oh, wow.
And he just lead jams. Man, that does not seem like the ideal way to maximize the value of his hand, Brian.
Especially against Omar. I mean, you could, especially on an overcard turn, you could expect him to fire again with a pretty wide variety of hands. I'm not sure if he does that with no club, but, against Omar, you want to trap a lot more. If you're gonna be lead jamming all your value hands for 4 times the pot, you're not gonna get paid very much on them.
Change No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's fine. Give me this. This
you are
is
big blind, sir.
Yes.
You are small blind.
No,
Give
sorry.
me four.
No, sorry.
Yeah, put this in front of this.
You want Kibin to your Mibin? Okay. Okay, comme ça. So give me 4, comme ça it's good for you. Give me 4. Comme ça it's good. Comme ça, no change. 4 million. Comme ça, no watch time.
Yeah, chips for placards swap here.
Comment? One more, 1 million more. Voilà, perfect. Like that, comme ça. Like that is good. Now, me, I am big blind. Okay. Perfect.
Omar, the 8-5 in the big blind. Attila has mostly folded his junk so far, but
Okay, go.
starting to run out of room. Gonna limp in with the 10-3 offsuit. And on king,
Omar's got a gut shot.
6-4.
Attila's got nothing.
Omar, more to work with. Omar, yet again, pretty much beats his opponent into the pot.
5 on the
There's a
turn,
5.
that gives Omar a pair. It gives Attila a open-ended straight draw. That's
And Attila just jams the open ender. Wow.
well, I like this a little more than the jam with the flush, actually, because at least you're putting the... It makes sense if you think you're overmatched heads up to increase the variance. I still think this is very ambitious, but I think it makes more sense than just lead jamming a flush on the turn like the previous hand.
I don't
Omar
think
finds a call
Omar's
here.
gonna
That would be
call,
an incredible
but
call. I don't know if he
yeah.
can. He's thinking about it.
8 of hearts doesn't seem ideal. I think some of the combo draws you'd expect Attila to rip in here would have the 8 of hearts.
How much? Stop the time.
But Omar is at least curious enough to ask for a count.
If he makes a call here, that would be incredible.
Come on, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Not this time, though.
Not surprised that he found the fold there. I mean, I think it's very difficult to make a call like that, but he at least
I
thought
also
about
think,
it.
as you've said, the low variance strategy is going so well for him. Why call off this 5x pot and jam?
Yeah, even if you
third
think you
pair?
have a decent read that you might be ahead there, you're going to find an even better spot the way this match is going.
Say again?
Firstly, you count all in. After this, you give 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Right.
Omar's got a slightly better hand here, so raised to 9. About a 4-1 chip lead. Omar's got the best of it so far.
An 8-6-5, 2 diamonds. Both players with a gut shot at the 7. Get Omar superior straight. Omar
600.
making a small bet of 650. Excuse me, 600.
So either way on this flop, I think checking and betting are both pretty reasonable here. One thing is, given Attila's propensity to overbet jam, I would look to check a few more hands that I would normally be betting. In this case, he gets a good value bet in. He's about a 4-1 favorite on the flop. The 7 on the turn could be the money card. The way Attila's been playing, it would not surprise me if he went in on a 7. Attila picks up an open-ended to the low end of it.
Will we see any similar daring plays with this straight draw?
We certainly could. Omar
Players will check.
3 on the river doesn't change anything. Omar's ahead with queen high. If Attila wants to bluff at it, he may very well succeed.
He has a pretty ideal hand to bluff here. Not much in the way of showdown value. Unblocks a lot of better hands that could fold. But he will check. So Omar, the likely winner of this pot, he will check behind and take it with queen high.
Queen high takes it down. Omar with the small ball strategy wins another decent sized pot.
Attila with queen 4 on the button this time.
$25 big blinds with the queen 4.
Going with the limp. Check his jack 8. And it is 6-5 deuce, 2 hearts and a diamond. Attila in the lead with the gut shot to go along with it. Omar with some backdoor draws. Both players check. And the 9 of spades on the turn. Give Omar a gut shot to the 7 if he's inclined to start bluffing. Not this time. Attila will check behind once more with his queen high. And the 8 on the river pairs up Omar. 4 straight board, but I still think he's going to fire out a little value bet here as he's reaching for chips. Yeah, 400,000.
Looking at him one at a time.
Attila's going to call this. Huh. Yeah, not a lot of hands that you beat at that point.
Yeah, even if he's bluffing, it's kind of hard to beat him there.
Yeah.
Attila having a tough time adjusting to heads up against Omar so far, although to be fair, Omar is a very tough customer heads up. The players are playing for about $70,000 in this trophy. Omar's opened up nearly a 5-1 lead now.
No glass is better, no glass. Okay, no glass. No hat, no glass, nothing. No.
Okay, blinds are up, guys. 250, 500, 500.
Blinds are up as well, so Attila's going to have less than 20 big blinds to work with now. That may actually benefit him though, having the blinds go up, because I think increasing the variance is going to benefit him in this match. Omar is very experienced in these spots. He's won a lot of tournaments in his life.
Oh, sorry. No glass, no glass. No, no glass, consent.
Cool. This time with a queen 3, Omar will limp in. And Attila is going to shove king 6. Our blinds have gone up, so he's down below.
That's actually a
blinds
reasonable shove for 18.
Yeah.
That one might actually show up in the charts. Reminding him to show his cards on the stream because we are not picking up all of them. We have been picking them up better lately, but the first few hands we missed out on.
I play too fast.
Yeah, I actually like that shove from Attila.
100%.
Gonna shove a lot of offsuit kings, a lot of offsuit aces there. A lot of low pairs. Attila with 10-2 offsuit.
You play fast, I like.
Omar
Going to fold the 6-2. That is one of those bottom 5% hands. It's nice to demonstrate to your opponent that you are willing to occasionally fold your button. It'd be a very rare occurrence, though. Attila's got a nice one here, A7 suited. I think I'd like to see a limp from him, but it wouldn't surprise me if he just jammed.
You don't give a time for heads up? Time back, no? No?
1.5. Yeah, it's 1.5 million.
3x. I think that's the first time he's done that in this match.
Omar's 10-9.
Omar's got decent equity for 42%. I'd imagine we see him call, but he might have picked up on his opponent's extra strength here.
Is this possible? Possible?
Oh, he just folds.
Huh.
I'm afraid.
A little bit surprising.
I think he picked up on the strength of the hand there. He didn't realize that he still had such good equity against it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cool.
I'd imagine we see Attila jam this one again.
Raise players all in.
That's
This
good
is
looking
basically
jam
the perfect
from
hand to
Attila.
jam with here for 20.
I like the tactic. Achila. Put your glass.
$500, please.
Me?
Attila here with 10-6 on the button.
Should be a limp. Another fold. Good news for Omar, he had the best hand there, but the equities run quite close heads up, even though a lot of the hands are kind of ragged. It's hard to be more than a 2-to-1 dog, and when you complete your button, you're getting about 4-to-1. Plus position.
Small blind fold.
Now both players with junk here.
8-5 offsuit.
Raise 1 million.
Raise 1 million.
Only 1 million.
Oh, he raised.
Attila not interested in his 6 deuce.
He's in the fold there with that hand.
Wait.
Lance gentlemen.
Like. Me 5.
5, yeah.
Attila's ace-2 offsuit.
Another hand that could consider jamming there. Omar with his 7 deuce.
1.7.
Raise 1.7.
Gonna make it 1.7. And Attila goes with the limp jam. Oh, I like that one, Brian.
Omar making sure that he vocalized a fold there and not a call. Omar doing the blind versus blind raising strategy where you use your worst hands. It doesn't apply quite as much when you're out of position there, but given how much Attila's been folding, I think it's a reasonable spot to go for it. Omar making very sure that they heard him say fold and not call there. Words do sound kind of similar.
$1 million.
Raise 1 million.
Attila's got the king 5 offsuit this time. We saw him jam king 6. That was against a limp though. It's not quite as good against a raise, but let's see what he decides to do. Go to the flop. Omar's got a nice one, king jack. Neither player improves on this flop.
Don't know if Attila will be fighting for this one with king high and a 3 straight, but we'll see.
Attila might be trying to run out the clock here, hoping the blinds go up. He seems very concerned with being able to see the shot clock.
7.5, it's 7.50, no?
7.50, yeah. $750 for that. 5 seconds. Cool.
Does call. Omar is way in the lead.
Just for to know.
Turns a 9. That gives Omar a gut shot. Might be a card he bets again if he decided to bet the flop.
You have only 9, no? Yeah.
Omar inquiring about Attila's stack. That's 2.6.
Omar is opening himself up to getting jammed off of its equity here, but I don't think Attila can do it with this hand. Omar cements his lead.
Nice, please. 500, 500.
Omar's been very much in command this match. The one hand Attila sort of got him on was a limp jam with ace-2. Other than that, Omar's really been dictating the pace of the action and the winning a lot of the pots.
All blind, please. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Ooh, Omar's got a gut shot and an overcard. Attila is ahead with queen high, but Omar's got more playability to his hand.
Okay.
Let's go check on the flop. 10 of spades on the turn will give Omar outs to a 7. Excuse me, that's the out he already had. I'm just thinking to a higher straight.
You can make a 6-card straight now.
Yeah.
At 500,000.
Throwing out the min bet one chip at a time. And that's going to be enough to get it done.
Blind, please, Samer.
I'm not sure if this is Attila's first heads up in a big tournament, but playing against Omar in a spot like this cannot be comfortable. This is his first final table ever, he says.
Yeah, Omar really wearing him down slowly.
Getting thrown right into the fire here against a very experienced, aggressive player whose his specialty is kind of making people uncomfortable.
Both players with quality hands here, Brian. This could be fireworks.
This could be it. This could be it.
Said 1 million, sir.
1 million.
1 million is good.
1 million. 1 card for you. For you, it's enough.
Cool.
Attila. Just gonna make the call. So not everything going in pre-flop as we thought could happen.
It's a nice
But
call. I
it's
think this hand play is almost better as a trap. In this case, he's
Yes.
behind, but if you go all in with this hand, you're almost wasting the strength of it. Unfortunately for Attila, he's flopped an open-ended straight draw, but Omar has a
Yeah.
monster draw with higher cards and the nut flush draw to go with it. So if we didn't see the money go in pre, we could easily see it go in now.
Absolutely. And look at this. Omar's just gonna shove on him. Well, essentially, he bets 5 million. And it looks like there's an all-in and a
Here we
call.
go.
So
Omar's
Omar
got a 4-to-1
in
favorite to win the
shape
tournament
to
on this
take
hand.
down this title.
Good.
Gonna love what he sees there
Alors,
against
dame
Attila's
orange, il y a
open
rien et
ender,
as-roi chez moi.
blocking a
Ils sont
variety
rouges
of
et
his
la dame.
outs.
Il faut pas
Very
que
tough
c'est
spot
d'as,
for
pas de
Attila
neuf,
here.
Pas de dame, pas de roi. La dame, c'est bon.
Surprised to see such a
Le
large
valet
bet
10,
from Omar, but I guess he
valet
sensed
10,
blood in the
quatre
water and wanted to finish the job on this hand.
3 carreaux. Lui, la roi dame.
He is well positioned to do so. Attila's going to need to hit an ace or a 9, not of diamonds, and then fade the other card.
Non, il a
in
pas de
order to
carreau.
win this spot and stay alive.
Un carreau, c'est réglé. Un carreau, c'est réglé. Allez, tout de suite.
To the turn we go. 3 of clubs.
3 is no help. It doesn't give Omar the flush, though, so still does still have 6 live outs.
Rien, appelez pas les cartes, appelez pas les cartes, appelez pas, dites rien. Dites rien.
Under the river. And it is an 8. Omar is going to lock up WPT Prime Cyprus title and $200,000 that goes with it. Also has a
Omar adding this trophy to his already impressive resume.
Correct.
He is now a WPT Prime champion, as well as being the career high cash leader from Algeria. 3.5 million cash is going in. Going to bump that to not quite 4 million, but getting closer. Very impressive showing at this entire final table by Omar. I thought he played great the whole time.
Yeah. Congrats to Attila, taking home $125,000 in second place. He put his opponents in some really difficult situations at this final table, and you mentioned this being his first final table, so a really strong result. Brian, thanks so much for covering in the hours leading up to the morning here in Las Vegas. Appreciate it, and great working with you today.
Yeah, no worries. Great working with you as well. Hopefully we can do some more of these soon.
Well, best of luck until our next final table, and congrats once more to Omar. There are your final payouts.